also a fairly comfortable map for them, but I think widely, I'm not sure what to expect whatsoever from Talon, because as far as I'm concerned, the slate is wiped clean. Last year, I don't think it's harsh of me or unfair of me to say was a bit squad.
Mission to reach Champions 2024. Here to take
Wow,
the winner's
hello.
ticket, it's Team
Hello.
Secret.
Where's my mic? Hello.
Unique strategies and witty techniques. The Pacific Jesters are back with reinforcements. Ladies and gentlemen, Talon Esports.
Lên nè, ban governor.
We'll be doing a coin toss to determine the higher seed. Heads will be Talon, and tails will be Team Secret. This will be tails. So Team Secret, you may not choose whether to use Team A.
All right, well, now we can get into this one. See where exactly we're going to end up. Talon does have the first ban. A lot of curiosity about this, because as I was saying before the walkouts came through, I think widely the slate from last year should be wiped clean. This is a very different team, very different coaching staff, and a very different identity here. So Icebox does get taken away. And you were referencing, Asarai, that split might be a comfort pickup here for the side of Team Secret, but they're actually banning it away.
Yeah, now that I've actually gone and checked my notes, Team Secret's, yeah, there we go. Last year's most highest win rate map for them during Pacific League was actually Ascent. It was the only map where every single time they played it for like 5-7 games ever since has been all wins. So it makes a lot of sense, and happy to see it's there. But Breeze for a talent selection here, they might be looking something to spread out this defense that Team Secret has. And again, they haven't played this map in a long time, so everything is up in the air for this one.
The Lotus is another one that I'm a little bit surprised to see Secret ban away, because they did have some very solid proficiency, and you know, Jesse Fatch's just him opting to run that Sova on that map every single time was catching teams off guard a lot of times when it came down to his timings with the darts and whatnot. And not everybody really understood his timings nor his lineups that he was going to have on that. They take it away to leave Sunset out in the open for them, so it would be a debut for both of the teams on that map here in VCT. So if this one ends up going the distance, which I have a strong feeling that it very well could, then we will get to see how they pilot that map and if they have something a bit more unique there as well. My biggest concern for Secret going back to Ascent is, again, this is where we would see Dubstep being swapped over onto that jet so that he could op. So what is the comfort going to look like for Jeremy?
I don't think I've ever seen him op as well, so that's going to be something to definitely see if he's picked up the sniper or he's just going to be mainly on Raze, and then there's
value. Marshall, Outlaw, whatever it may be, having that long-range scoped-in gun, it's going to find value for you almost no matter what. So Secret need to be prepared to try to pilot around that one, because you can be damn sure that we are going to be seeing that very likely in his hands as well.
Well, the first map is going to be Breeze. I mean, like you guys said, what I'm very curious about the team comms is Team Secret going to lean heavily into their comfort picks. I expect Jesse to remain, you know, the Sova king as he is.
Especially on this map, you pretty much have to go for that one. The Sova still finds an immense amount of value. I mean, even just yesterday, where we had Breeze as the opening map between Bleed and T1, we saw those Sovas on either side from the likes of Crazy Guy and Carpe. So I think that it would be the most shocking thing if we go into Breeze and Jesse Vesh is not playing that Sova, but it's more about what is going to be going alongside it. Is it going to be Jet? How many other teams have been fooling around with trying to make this Yoru work? We also saw an immense amount of impact yesterday from Izu. Is that something that Talon have up their sleeve? They said that they've been messing around with some stuff. They've got some tricks that they're going to bring out here onto the stage to try to really mess with Team Secret. Is that Yoru a part of the formula?
And of course, we're always also very curious about stylistically how Talon's going to end up performing. I'm expecting a lot more aggression and a lot more cohesion coming from this team this year round.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that they need. Everything that you could list was basically lacking from Talon last season. But again,
how's it going, everyone? John here. Welcome to be able to
making from coaching staff, whatever it may be, to try.
Wow.
Okay. Well, screw what I was about to say, because it's not important anymore.
Oh, we played Breeze
all right,
first.
we have a big old blend coming through here. Talon bringing in the Harbor Vipers to the double controller. The Sova, of course, is going to be there, but they're going for the Neon Yoru, combining what we saw from T1 and Bleed yesterday.
That's very, like, that is a hyper-aggressive comp, even coming out on the defense. Imagine how little map control they have because they don't have the Sentinel. They're going to have to move around the map to alleviate the lack of Sentinel control.
to open up one
That being said, there's also the nifty
docks
combo between the Yoru
to be
and
able
the
to
Sova
bring
that we see later on when they have their ultimates, but yeah.
And they have 3 walls to slice up the map as they like. I mean, there are different ways that they're definitely cooking
You're gonna do
something.
Control C to copy,
And we're gonna start.
and then we're gonna go back to
Will
OBS.
and Quack are gonna take us through all
and
the
what we're
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Asteroid, Achilles. Yes, this is one heck
We're gonna
of a mix-up of
here
a
and look at it
composition
whenever
for Talon, isn't it?
And what you're gonna want to do is go to and you can see
They're here to prove something. And honestly, they touched upon some of
your
the
chat
hints, the
here, but that's
ingredients, right? We've
that's
seen
fine if you want to
why
look at your
some of
chat
the
here,
agents
or if you want to look at it whenever you're streaming. But if you want to be able to bring this chat in, what you're gonna want to do is click on the 3 dots. You're gonna go to pop out chat.
Because on the defensive side, especially with halls being opened up, if you're not watching that with the Sentinel, how are you going to make it happen? I guess with just gunshots peeking into shop, they managed to start things off with a double kill.
What a way to open your debut in VCT Pacific. Governor, a lot of people had questions about the pickup, but trying to silence the doubters from the pistol round in the very first match.
Already finding something, but still Ban kind of over-aggressing
YOLO
too much, just
Borkum.
get fallen down by Borkum.
YOLO
So with that, a little bit more space, Team Secret gets to recover for just a second, maybe setting up for that A-split push.
Na na da 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 da.
Out from Governor, of course, a bit of a mishap coming down from Halls, but they should still be able to find some good shots. Cruz will eventually clean up that kill, and that makes things a lot easier. The door open is a good sign for Governor as well, and just Jesse Vash left spotted. Okay, comms a little delayed, but Governor will find the headshot.
Wait, I need to setting
Quick
my stream.
start already.
Wait,
I mean, we're thinking about Governor, and I think that's one of the main things that this entire roster is built around. Asteroid mentioned it a little bit as well in their ESL Clash of Nations games, that this entire roster was built around him. They want to support him. He's the duelist, and he's here to frag. And this first round...
So what you're gonna want to do.
Yeah, I mean, even in the Emerge video, Lenny talks about how he was actually impressed with the playmaking and kind of the smart decisions that Governor is able to make. Now on the Neon, some extra utility to work around as well with things like the fast lane and the relay bolt. We saw that from Ye yesterday. He had a decent opening match in terms of his own performance. Governor another kill here in A main, trying to say this is my home for the first half on the defense.
Supported by Cruz as well as that cast. I mean, it's just starting things off. You're already picking up the Phantom round 2.
Whenever you're streaming, but do control And what we're going to want to do is set up a custom dock, which I already have custom browser docks set up. But what you're going to want to do is go up to View.
I don't mind it at all. In fact, I like it, right? They're very aware of the fact that, okay, you're the one with a pistol. You could push out a bit. Yeah, you might have questions about its Sova, etc. But at the end of the day, this is an anti-eco. What matters is you win the round and that you're not giving away any extra weapons. You want to carry over these long-range rifles into the bonus. And good shot from long range. NDG staying alive behind the wall. This deep dig in from Envy, though. He's already all the way through Nest. I don't think they're going to suspect the timing here.
However, he's only got a classic,
Yeah.
so you got to close in the distance. You got to be able to, get a quick double tap in or something. Because if not, Envy might not be able to do all too much. High Tide blocks off so much. Governor spots him out. Easy cleanup. Easy second round win for Talon.
Yeah, if he had a sheriff, I think we'd get a lot more excited for the potential there. But also gets spotted right at the end. Doesn't have the long-range weaponry, and things go as planned. Dropping just the Marshal by, so the importance with the Phantoms, and then you actually have the overdrive on Governor now as well. You pass over the rifle, you have some good capabilities to push out even with the overdrive. Really tighten up the map here on a bonus.
Not to mention, Lenny was holding onto a ghost. I mean, economy just looks great for Talon in round 3 to maybe potentially carry this over into a bonus. So the question is for Team Secret, I mean, what is their game plan? Because so far, out on the attack, it hasn't worked out so well, especially when Governor continues to push out into A-Shot.
They're not going to push out right away. I like the patience from Talon. Wait for some early contact. You know that the opponents have to play a bit slow. They don't want to take any big risks just yet. I like the patience from Talon.
Yeah, they've adapted to this already.
Look at that. The opponents have to play back. I mean, second cascade used, maybe a bit of an extra investment in terms of utility,
Why
but
is
the
it
point
a
is,
YouTube
they
login?
pressured it, and they let them know that it's a Neon there with a relay bolt. Now they're trying to really just funnel them into A main.
Just checking around. Nobody's here, though. Team Secret just waiting things out. Yes, you picked up the overdrive, but that thing can burn out as well if it doesn't find any kills. So that might be their idea. However, you are running out of time, so it might be sensible to make a move. Van, however, seeing that they made a move, takes one out, tries to look for another, gets gunned down by Envy instead. A little bit sharper, and with that, maybe a bit of an opening. Cruz hiding inside of the cove, though, turns back around, doesn't expect to play from Halls. Here comes Governor, picks up the Vandal, tries to wall bang, can't quite find all too much.
Already a lot of damage done, and if Talon very easily could get at least another kill with Jeremy so low. Still a very doable round for Talon.
Governor jago ya.
Dominant 3-0 half. The comms just not there about
Bukan
Jeremy
di-
potentially still
bukan
being
tahu
around the
tadi.
switch.
Just a bit of that mix up of a 50-50 angle or something. I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, it's all down to Governor's shoulders right now. And with a 1-on-3,
Nah,
Kuronawi Vandal, it's just a little
he's just trying to get some.
We don't want to read into things too much too early, but of course, I mean, they've talked about how, obviously, great credit to Jet Boys, who is the one who mainly has to try to catch up to this language barrier as they've switched to a primary English calling. Everyone else has experience calling in English and communicating, so it could be part of that, but just something about it, maybe being pressed for time, bit of a mishap, but at the end of the day, bonus round, you're still getting away with a Vandal, so Talon, the result is not poor, but we'll see if those kind of hiccups start to show throughout the map.
On the other hand, for Team Secret too, I mean, what a way for Envy to really break open this site. It was some trades going off back and forth, but at the same time, just a clear idea of how to set up this split. And that's the other thing too, because although it's great early round aggression from Talon on their defensive side, they leave a lot open, and you can see that Jeremy exploited just right that on A-Halls.
Yeah, a very aggressive dig into Halls as well. Of course, now opened back up. So props to Jeremy. A big risk you take as that primary jet. Oh, it's a little too high. He sent it up from a little too far. NDG, welcome to VCT. Gets shut down on that first death. He's going to have to reconsider how he sets up those tripwires from long range.
That's a rude awakening. Team Secret just trying to find ways still, but feeling some of these old patterns, they're not quite able to find all too much unless they get the information that they need. And with so many early aggressive plays coming out from Talon, they're starting to feel that heat.
This is
So just trying to
map anjir,
escape
mapnya
that for a
kayak
second. I
talon.
mean, they keep holding back, but Talon's just gonna keep pushing out.
Yeah, and Talon has the read now, right? They've pushed out. They knew it was the Cypher. They didn't see any other further info from mid or on B main. Good shots from Lenny as well. Nowhere to go for Team Secret.
Yeah, Recon just confirms even more, so they know it's very much so an investment into the A site. As long as everyone here stays tucked in, it's probably good enough.
Bro, ini jago
However,
banget
with the
anjir.
Aldro being committed, it's an easy frag kill for Envy.
Bro,
If it
Governor.
pushes out though, yeah, it's just way too much. Ben coming up from behind too. This round is over.
No shit, Epic.
And Ban's been this guy who's just walking out every round up to a certain point. Gate crashes back, then scouts out the other side. Almost just like a deadly drone. And so far, I would say successful. Even if he doesn't get contact on a map like Breeze, if you're able to dig deep and then gate crash back, a lot of information gained. Works very well in timing with Governor's pushouts in these first kills as well. I mean, whatever plan that Talon had, it has been working out. We'll have to take a quick break, but hopefully it gets sorted out ASAP.
Hopefully.
Another gear issue.
It did look a little bit weird, but whatever it is, still, I mean, the kills were kills, and you can definitely see that this is the game plan that Talon has brought to this map.
Yeah,
this is why they picked it.
And the Des talked about it, right? You have to play it. I totally agree. You even have the double controller. The Harbor can help with pushouts as well. And that's the only way you're going to feel comfortable at your defaults on a wide map like Breeze. And so far, it's working. Now the question is, you still have something like the Cypher. Now, obviously, you got to be careful how you put up your tripwires. But Team Secret, they do have tools to answer to this, you know, one way or another. Whether it's you always go in as 5 and you start to rush and make sure that they can't just comfortably push out, have a good post plant, or do you always wait for the early picks? And that's up to you to decide. Obviously, they can't discuss it here, as we do have a tech pause on a timeout. But we'll see what the adjustment is, because this has now been the consistent story in the past couple of rounds, the first rounds of this match.
Yeah, you really got to find those gaps to really exploit this game plan that Talon has, because although you are pushing out a lot, although it can be really successful, there are little bits where it still leaves a little bit more for Talon to exploit, and we saw that in round 3, despite the good ideas from Talon.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious how, because I want to see how Team Secret answers back, because I have faith that they will, and then I want to see what the next page looks like from Talon. Because the attacking side, I think we have some good ideas on how Talon expects to play around it, and that'll come down to execution. Of course, the Yoru can continue to kind of poke and prod, kind of mess up the Cypher setups as well, and then the Neon's still there available for the actual execute with things like the fast lane. But on this defensive side, if they keep getting away with these, and I wouldn't say it's for free either. I would say a couple of these, I mean, Team Secret's ready, and Governor's just getting the first kill.
It just is Governor getting that first kill. I mean, repeated so many times, this map could be over that quick. So, of course, you know, there might be some issues here and there. There are a lot of Team Secret supporters.
Oh, yeah, we've got supporters on both sides. But you'll love to see it. Obviously, a very passionate group of fans that we've come to know and love. And Team Secret, they talk about it themselves. They were so close, and not necessarily in terms of scoreline at the very last match that always mattered, but they always got to the match that mattered, to get to Masters, to get to Champions, and then they just weren't able to clinch that ticket. Now, they say, we don't think our ideas were wrong. All we need is to kind of just, shore up a little bit more firepower, just one change on the roster, and then we want to push in. We want to make it to those international stages and how we see how we do against a lot tougher competition.
It really makes you think, like, is that one change enough, though? I mean, we're all banking a lot on this first kickoff match. There might be a lot that changes up. There are some snacks in the crowd because of our awesome pop-up booths at this entire event.
Yeah, there's pizza at the pub downstairs. So if you are here and for some reason listening to us on your phone here at the venue, definitely go down, grab a slice, grab a drink.
Grab me a slice, Wolf.
Me? I mean, sure, if you want to solo cast for a little bit, especially during this pause, I'm all for it. A trial by fire, let's go for it. I've done my share in my past years, so.
Sure enough, and then I get rewarded with pizza. I think that's a pretty good deal, right? Right? Okay.
And listen, your standards, it's up to you, man. that's not quite.
Woi, apa Dre?
Yeah, you're just gonna push
Woi, baru lihat.
But I mean, main thing is still, is it gonna be enough for Team Secret? There's so much at stake. I mean, there's that team revamp storyline. Is it just enough for Team Secret to pick up one new player, or is it still their old ideas? Or, you know, on the other hand, for Talon, is this whole team new team revamp enough for them to kind of show us a new performance? Because we have a new coach. We got Lenny, who used to be with Team Secret. I mean, how much can change around?
Yeah, I'm curious. And again, it is still early on in the half that Team Secret can't answer back. And we're starting to see a lot of teams experiment. I'm pretty convinced that no team should be too surprised by the Euros anymore, right? Surely if multiple teams are experimenting with this, you've seen it in some scrims here or there. We've even seen it during the offseason from multiple teams as well across different tournaments around the world. So the comp itself shouldn't be too shocking, but perhaps, of course, the combination with Neon, you know, a little bit of extra blue here on Breeze, not something we're used to seeing.
Breezy blue, I don't know, it looks really good.
Sounds
it's
like an
really
ice cream flavor,
on.
honestly. Yeah, or Blue Breeze.
Okay, Blue Breeze sounds nicer, actually. I'm not great at giving out names. Look at what I named myself. Alright, but I mean, yeah, it's really a good composition because
Main bapak lu lagi nonton.
they can put out the pressure that
Kenapa,
they
Dre?
can apply to
Sama
the
siapa?
attacking team. It makes you play a lot of mind games, and it kind of forces you to play defense while you're on attack. Timer runs down. It just doesn't feel comfortable. But there is that gap. We saw it in round
Sure.
3.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It's not like this looks like an absolute impeccable
Nggak tahu kalau malam, Dre.
that, oh, this is absolutely the comp that is going to run everything through. So
Kayak
we'll have to wait and
harusnya
see. But
bisa,
again,
tapi
I'm just
nggak tahu
very
takutnya
curious
ada
'cause
sesuatu
again,
yang
Secret is a
mendadak.
fairly known value, sure. You know, an extra member or a new member, supposedly more firepower, things like that. But they
Harusnya bisa, Cok. Santai aja.
Our color, our philosophy wasn't wrong. We just want to carry through with it. So now the question is once they answer back, because they often have decent round reads, right, and some good mid-rounding as well. Talent, the new comp, the new players, how do they gel together? Lenny's calling as an IGL now on Talent.
That is definitely a new thing.
How does that respond to Jesse's first answer? And I mean, Lenny's been watching Jesse for the whole year last year. He's been sitting behind him.
I think it's a really interesting thing. Here's what a lot of people don't know. I mean, we haven't seen that much of Lenny in VCT Pacific. That much is true. We don't know what he plays or what he's capable of. But coming from the Malaysia-Singapore scene, I can tell you that Lenny is a very strong Sova player. Back when he was playing for Bleed, back when he was with Darian and Juicy.
Just remind me, like, what year, what patch
this
are we
is
talking
like
about?
Really long ago, 2022.
Okay, because if we were allowed to talk about that, I'm allowed to talk about the time Jemkin outfracked something, you know, back in like patch 4.11 or whatever it was. So.
I mean, I'm just saying because we haven't really seen too much of him, but those, you know, skills, those talents are still very much prevalent in Lenny's toolkit. And at the same time, having been studying under Team Secret, under Warbirds, under Jesse Vash, he could definitely have picked up quite a bit.
All right, well, we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. No deja vu, we don't like to
Besok CS kah? Nggak. Palu lah, gas Palu. Ini tim Secret Talon nih, seri-seri nih, hoki-hokian.
Of course, Talon now buying up after that bonus in the previous one.
New composition. Now they've started to play things a little bit more slow as we move forward into the next round. Team Secret.
Delay lagi.
Execute Cloudburst in. Jeremy dashes right through, but immediately stunned up thanks to the relay bolt. Governor doing God's work. Second kill going through, and that's just a huge wall right in front of Team Secret.
Iya, Cok, udah tua, 30-an. Lebih tua dari Karigan, anjir.
Wasn't quite expecting that one. Not really sure where to hold his angle because he's not going to be able to swivel on a beat, which he's very well known for. Shuts him down. Governor now already taking mid control as well.
Gila, Governor sakit banget.
Just can't find a beat against the duelist of Talon.
Now 2 players left. Talon star duelist looking to line up
Iya sih.
more heads. One more to get that
Governor sakit banget. Pakai dong, Dre. Ini mah jokinya yang jago, anjir. Bukan Neonnya yang bagus.
We've heard his confidence. He is 10-0-2 in his debut at VCT Pacific.
Not just some pickup from NA, not just some tier 2 guy, whatever. He's here, and he's definitely fitting in on Talon Esports.
Over 2 kills per round so far. Sure, only 4 rounds, but 0 deaths to that as well. He's taking fights and taking names away from Team Secret.
I think that's the other thing too. Right? He's not overheating all too much. He could have, you know, pushed even more into B, but he just held his ground and then peeked back out towards elbow. Now onto the next. Jeremy tries to do the same thing towards a different side, but still leaves all too much, all too open for Team Talon.
Masih bisa ngechat kan, Re?
Down, Jit Boys, Lenny finding a
Kok bisa kena time out anjir?
Sure, a weaker round from Team Secret, but if your weak round only a
Oke,
round,
Dre.
it's not that late into the game. We're only on to round 6 for that one, or round 5, and if your answer is, well, Hail Marion, see if it works.
Anjing, Governor 11-0 loh.
Note of Governor's previous position, but oh, we're not starting to see Team Secret try to dig for solutions here. But no timeout. So
Padahal DNA nggak punya tim loh dia.
has faith that they're able to figure this out in the server.
I want it that way. Tell me why. Mati nih. Mulai goyang nembaknya nih.
Overheating a little bit too much. Can't compliment him. And it's going to be Jesse Bash finding yet another. B site is open.
Orang nationality-nya Korea tapi orang ini kayak orang NE.
That does allow him to continue to flank back around if he so chooses.
Geter anjing si Governor.
Toxic screen is an obstacle and they're trying to make their way through it, waiting for it to drop down. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Secret just holding their angles. They haven't been exposed all too much.
Jit Boys dapat satu.
Jumps up and that reveals a little bit more. Snake bite, however.
Snake bite.
Snake bite sakit
That
banget.
means Borgamaster kind of repositioned. However, timer is ticking. And given what Team Secret has, it's just a little bit more.
Dapat. Wah,
Oh, this guy
ini Ben juga
has been waiting
main
to get
pemain
back
T1
to
dulu
play
anjir.
The roles and agency loves, and even here, Governor still given that primary
Padahal tinggal
duelist
post plan
position,
aja loh.
but playing with confidence, get some frags on the board.
3 versus 4 atau 5
Playing off
sih?
his teammates' contacts, he managed just to find all those frags. I mean, we
Gila.
saw him on T1 last year. He was very capable as a duelist, sometimes flexing off the different agents, but maybe freed up to do a little bit more on this Talent Esports roster.
Yeah, I mean, playing to his role strength, right?
Time out lang.
You're there to
Oh.
scout, but once you're on the retake,
Yeah,
Governor down, now you're the one who's there for the trades. You're the one who wants to go in and finish the job. And now the timeout does come out. Warbird saying he's not liking the answers he's finding. Now that previous one, I mean, they were prepared for it. They heard the cascade, so they go for the wide peek, the double swing. Yeah, in these micro situations, the answers are there. But then the retake, I thought even the repositioning after in the post plant was a good idea, but Talon with a clean retake, one by one, eliminating angles and always making sure that they have a trade
Ntar ya.
ready.
Yeah, now that it's down to 5-1 as well, it's just at some point you're going to be stuck playing catch up. So a lot needs to be changed up, and what we're seeing from Team Secret, that blind kind of diving in from Jeremy, it just doesn't quite work out. And Governor is such a huge issue. Looking at how Frost is communicating with the team as well, it feels as though Talon has a trick up their sleeve, like they're anticipating something.
Yeah, and if you ever watched Coach Frost in any of the previous teams he's been on, or even during the offseason, like, he will always have a lot to share. He's just ready to just pump out the information any chance he gets for the players. The question always becomes, can they digest it? But it seems like they have a lot of faith in each other for kickoff.
Well, we're seeing another outlaw. Oh my goodness! Half armor, you get chewed right through. Relay bolt now just to keep them at bay, and he still taps away on that overdrive. It does tag up Borka for a little second. He's down to half HP. The rest of them all pinned down and stuck inside of this game.
I mean, if you watch the video that VCD Pacific put out, Benkai tried to tell him he's not the governor around here, but
Bohong mo,
I
Bang.
think Talon's governor is here to stay.
Anjir, bisa kalah gitu.
Yeah, you look pretty menacing in that video.
Governor's a pretty decent actor. That's what I found out in all these extra content. If you look at the surf announcement video from Talon, Governor's shocked face is like legitimate shock.
Yeah, not to mention the one where we go through like all of Talon's roles, the hacker, the big brain, everything. I mean, the Mastermind, excuse me.
Yeah, but so far, he's not going to need that backup plan for his career because this is a great first showing and a good call on the Outlaw buy as well. You have so many creds, but yet you want to make sure you're really snowballing the economy. You know that they don't have full buys this round.
Yeah, also just a good call. Like previous rounds, you know, Team Secret went B. It doesn't work out their execution. So probably they're going to go A, and it's a good call. It connects onto a third. Jesse Vash now
What the f? How did he get that?
Shorty. You can still shoot me for days.
Okay, he's good, he's good. He's a great player,
Oh,
bro.
it doesn't matter if the Outlaw only has 2 shots. We'll just add 2 more to the Shorty. That's 4 shots always at the ready for
Saya bawa sama dulu.
It's another 2 plus 2. A little bit of a theme today. Oh man, that hurts. I mean,
especially for the player behind.
Yeah, this is just what a read from Talon. Okay. Good shots from Governor too, and good movement from
Back
Neon at
to
the end.
posisi rebahan.
Dig all the way to the micromanagement of it.
Definitely.
15-1 and 5. A 15.0 KD. 7 rounds into his first match in BCT Pacific.
Pretty soon building up to his next ultimate. Ban on the operator now. Jeremy opping as well. But we've got the dimensional drift available. So that kind of cancels out any potential Viper's pits.
It's a good hold.
I like, tapping the pause for
Ooh,
Talon.
Jeremy akhirnya dapat.
But it allows for Jeremy to find an opening pick. And then the trade.
Yeah, answer right back. And Jeremy was trying to get ready for it too, but Ban's just half a step quicker.
Now you've lost your head, Team Secret.
Can't see my foot, man. Can't see my foot.
Okay. Push through. I mean, not unless I would have to think it's down to Envy.
Yeah, it's always so rough on Breeze if your Jet is still the main operator. If you're trying to pick that up for the attack, obviously it's a great wild card. It's a great weapon to try to get the first pick, but as soon as they get picked off or you spend too much time, you just don't have a great way to break into sight. You're right, the null command's still available for Envy. That's an option. The KOs, they've gotten aggressive before.
Oh, there it is. Flash out. Oh, but the toxic screen timing! It blocks off the flash, allows for Governor to tap away, and he just finds them through that green curtain.
Yeah, by the way, no extra shots from Cruz on that because there's no assist, so it was just Governor getting Envy right through the toxic screen. He's my gosh.
That went a little bit too haywire. Forca managing to bring things back under Team Secret's control. They picked up the players, they picked up the spike, but here comes Ban. Oh, dimensional drift. What is this quick switch up? Back to the shorty, but then shut down by Jesse Vash, the veteran, the experienced player, and he's still here to frag. Cruz, though, tries to fight back with the op, has to reload. I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Recon just makes him think about the other angle for just a second. Swapped over to the Vendel, a simple burst, closes things out. Jesse Vash's reactions, not quite enough up against Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz, a good read in that very last second. Expects the possibility of Jesse Vash trying to get ahead of that Cascade. He wins the 1v1, but that was a potential Jesse Vash moment there, the hero moments that we've come to know from the leader of the Filipino squad. Good shots from Governor, and the decision from Ban. The quick swap over for the operator over to Cruz, immediately ults, and then just comes out of it, goes for the shorty, and if he dies, he's still there for the trade. A great decision.
Definitely makes your opponents feel a lot of pressure, because you're not expecting him to come out of the Dimensional Drift that quick.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard that this team is very vocal, all individually. I've heard that they are always ready to speak their mind. They talk about it in their own videos as well, and that can always go 2 ways, right? I mean, you could really gel, but you could all really start to get in each other's ears, and the chemistry's not there, but so far, they are in sync. This new Talon roster.
Yeah, and look at these ideas too. Viper's Pit, Cruz hiding inside of it. It's a little bit risky given the Aldro now. He tries to back out of it, but still lands a shot onto Envy anyway.
But that's the problem, isn't it? It wasn't the Viper. The pit's still up. But oftentimes, the Viper gets a little greedy, pushes out, you take them out, and then you think you're able to push through, but just another sentry there to get 1 kill. And Ban now in mid. I mean, look at Talon's movement. Neon's all the way out in A main. They have full control of this map. And the double as well.
Full control of the fights too. Pretty soon, Governor's going to come up from behind. Jesse Vash trying to do what he can. But how much is going to be enough? Oh, Governor's just gonna let them up.
Yeah, I mean, didn't spot him. And the thing is Team Secret also doesn't know that this would have been the Neon pushing all the way out, but now they say we don't really have a choice. Yup.
There we go.
Spotted him
Gila,
as well.
pinter banget loh.
Now it's a 3-on-1. Jesse Vash might be able to get the spike plant, but that's about it.
Itu sih pinter banget anjir.
So he needs high from the operator. He needs to get the plant.
Oh, it's because it's Neon too.
Yeah, he's trying to get the first pick. He's crouching down, but it's not
Gila.
enough.
Look, because he was watching the angle towards the entrance of Cave. He had no idea that
Bro, he's so
Governor was
smart.
already onto the other side. The
Just diff.
high gear sprint just kind of throws off the timing for a second. So 8-1. Talon has not dropped a single round since round 4.
An incredible streak from Talon Esports. Now, some Talon fans, you know, this might be a little deja vu from last year where they also had a great showing at lock-in, and we had high hopes, but I would say...
Insane.
I mean, yeah, you are insane. I agree. I mean, these guys are looking so sharp in their aim, their decision-making.
Kalau Lenny masuk terus
18-2
loh.
and 5, the number just keeps going up for Governor.
Man,
I mean, the buck just doesn't stop.
it just keeps bucking. I gotta really think about what this could mean for the future, because you know in their group they might have to play against DRX, and still they're now suddenly dropping thanks to the pacing from Team Secret. Borkum going up on the aggressive. Jeremy trying to go up front. Shut down by Cruz thanks to the recon, but then Envy on the trade. Numbers advantage has been gained.
Secret finally answers back at the same pace, right? They say, okay, we'll drive it up to 11 as well. And this time it pays off. Jeremy not getting picked off right on the entry. He's able to jiggle out and gets the first pick in return. And that's a good answer. Maybe a little late, but if they can chain that into 4, still a solid shot on Breeze.
Just getting an idea for Talon's game plan again. I mean, because some previous rounds, especially the first part of the map, they start to go really aggressive. Now they start to slow down a little bit, and Team Secret sees that as an opening, and it works.
Of course, we've got viewing
Whoa,
parties from
that's
all
a
around.
lot of people.
Yes, that was a lot of people. And hopefully, of course, the teams are able to deliver on their expectations. But Secret, so far, a shaky start, but they are on the attacking side. Again, 4 rounds, I don't think that's too bad. They have the Cypher on the defense.
Of course, always very useful, especially up against players like Governor and Ban. But right now, Talon switching things up a little bit. Still got that op on both sides.
Yeah, and Secret also used an early drone to see.
Oh, that's
spots
big
the
info.
barrel. But yeah, I mean, you know at least a position of 1. So you know how to just target that guy. Oh man, nice try, Jeremy.
And all of a sudden, Lenny tucks away. Just jiggling for info outside mid, but here comes Ban to do that job instead. Lenny is relieved to go in for the Hunter's Fury in towards B instead.
Still
Actually,
many
not
people in sight though. Backup's all here.
Ban just trying to hold the offense. I thought Lenny would have gone for the counter Hunter's Fury, but just as good. Plays for the recon instead. Wait for his teammates to arrive on the scene. Cruz getting a bit of a trade. And then comes Governor.
Gila juga.
Numbers game prevails and Talon continues to win.
I mean, the backup's just way too quick. And of course, I think, honestly, Lenny's had some incredible info gathering on the side of Talon. That previous round as well. And this one, he gets some solid pings onto Envy. And Envy tries to pop flash around. He's still tagged, gets shot through the smoke. Backup already there. Governor wrapping all the way around the back of sight. Talon's comms are good. I mean, I don't know what else to say. But all the concerns that I personally had about how does this team gonna gel in the very beginning of the year, they've thrown that right on the bin.
It's looking really good. And if they can secure this first half 10-2, that would be even better.
Jeremy's alone, the
But
reckoning.
here comes Team Secret. Oh my god, even alone. I mean, Borkum NTG all the way from B main. They managed to gun down so many of these players. Going up fast is just what Talon did not expect, and all of a sudden it's down to Governor. Only an op, maybe a bit of utility, but no ultimate.
The way he's playing today, I say you hold your breath.
Okay.
Good reposition for Jesse. His back is covered by Jeremy as well.
Trying to bait out peaks with that fast lane. He doesn't have that much time, maybe like 25 5 seconds left. If he wants to wrap back around to B main, that's not going to be enough.
It's just too many with the op, but we'll see what he can do. Jeremy shuts it down.
Jump peak, that feels old. But here we go, 9-3. Still a good half nonetheless, but great recovery from Team Secret towards the end.
Talon, we talked about the positives they've shown, and Team Secret, I think a big part of it is that they weren't quite sure of how to deal with Governor being so hot right off the rip. I mean, obviously in the pistol, it's just a kill through the smoke, and another time it was another kill through the smoke on A main,
nice
getting
banget.
these first
Tapi
kills, and
9-3
then
padahal dia
the
hampir
fast rotates from both the Neon and the
udah
Yoru.
gitu soal.
It seemed like they just didn't have quite an answer for that. The couple times they went for the execute, I mean, we saw it in the last round as well, but what I will say is that last round, the Reckoning comes out and they recognize if we don't just pile through right now, Jeremy's dead. He's on an island in the side, all on his own. So they go in and they say, forget getting worried about getting stunned. If we kill and move forward, we won't be in the same position for the Reckoning. So let's just plow through. And that gets them that so precious third round win.
Yeah, just trying to adapt to it, because in the past, if Jeremy just dives in alone, that's the entire plan failed. And you can definitely see that there are some issues that they're trying to figure out. How Talon plays, especially now that they're going to swap over onto the attack. Warbirds looks serious.
See if Governor can do the same thing on attack.
Depends on the pistol.
I mean, I think attack is
Kalau
where
nggak
the
dapet
Neon
pistol,
Fastly can
secretnya
provide that
GG
much
sih
more
harusnya.
value. And on top of that, you've got Crews, you've got Jit Boys, 2 more walls to work with.
Susah sih sebenarnya ini map. Tapi defend Pak,
So again,
tapi dia
Governor has been
agresif
our
mainnya,
MVP
kadang
for this
9.
entire match. Ben a close
Depan.
second, everyone
Kalau
else
juga
following
bagus
up on
kok
it.
perut 19 kills.
And you're just wondering how much more they can do if they are to close out this map.
Crash out there ready to join his teammates. Takes out the cam, and that's what the Euro can do, right? You can really start to toy with the Cypher setups.
I
Usually
think I
on the
should
B
move my
side,
camp.
put the pressure. That draws out at least one more member, right? Cypher not as safe, can't get as much info without either one trip, one spy cam, things like that.
I like Jeremy's position though. Just watching in case anyone does peek out, or if he wants to try to find Van. A little bit faster, and then Ben rendezvous with his team. Setting up for that A execute now. They think they've managed to buy enough time away from B site. If they can pinch down onto Envy, that would be great. But look at Envy, 180-degree flick, and he gets Governor 2 kills. A bit of a trade, and then Jesse finds one more. Borkum, however, feeling the pressure, has to back off, tries to find a better position. Close range duel with the Classic, tries to right click. But you know what, it doesn't even matter because
Wah, ini 1
Flash
HP
is
baru
left.
musuhnya.
And with the IGL not able to frag out, it's going to be Team Secret picking up the pistol in the second half.
These are the clips we remember from 23, Envy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just the 180 headshot as well. Lets the Neon pass, then walks out on a timing.
Benar, lesson Neon pass.
Through,
Biar
just guards
Neonnya
that
lewat.
fast lane. Good mind games around the Neon.
Cara temennya soalnya ikut
Cool.
gitu.
I mean, like, oh yeah, throw all your utility at me. I'm not bothered by it whatsoever.
There's no way dia mati sendiri.
Jesse finding shots too all the way from the
Let's
back.
go,
bridge.
yo.
That's what you need from Team Secret.
Ah,
Now they've got the outlaw at the hands of Jeremy. They can definitely dish out
Wah,
again.
ini
Yeah, that's
senjata
one of the big
penghancur.
questions a lot of us had is Jeremy, he
Persahabatan.
has to now play primary duelist, he has to play primary offer, and of course the outlaw and things like that. See if it comes to fruition, but not on the A side just yet. We'll have to give up the plan. Oh, sees him.
Spam anjir.
Snake fight, Stinger combo, spikes dropped, and the rest of Talon scrambling for safety. Playing around the toxic screens too, though. It just gives up a lot more space, and with some blind shots being fired through, Jeremy finds one. Borkum not able to do all too much, but it's just a setup for Jeremy to find a little bit more. Envy coming up from behind too, and that's Talon just burned to a crisp.
I'm telling you, it's far from over. Obviously, they're able to carry over the four weapons that they did purchase into the bonus. Now, not all the greatest, but you got to remember, again, this is a different comp. They've got the Cypher. They can really try to anchor around the site, work around the trips, the cyber cages, things like that on one side. Then you've got the Outlaw potentially on the other. A bit of a mishap there with the spike showing through, of course, the smoke, but at the end of the day, I don't know if it would have made a grand difference in the scheme of things.
Yeah, it just came down to the buy still, and Team Secret knowing how to play so far back. The onus is on Talon to really push up, and it's a little bit more difficult for them to do so given the current weaponry. But now, On to the next round. Team Secret's got to watch out. Talon's got to watch out for Jeremy still.
Aggressive push out from him. He's just going to try to stick around. No contact. Ooh.
Okay, good recon from Jesse Vash as well.
Yeah, but this, I mean, Jesse Vash simply trying to let them know, like, if you want to come into B, you're going to have to use a lot more utility. And if they're not able to find the Cypher utility off of that, obviously it gets a lot tough. So Jesse Vash with a great read that this is going to funnel them into A. It's a bit of a gamble, but one that might pay off.
Yeah, it's going to cost you. If not, we're just going for that 4 and 5 retake. But we're also banking on the fact that NDG can anchor. That's something that Asterai said.
Envy holding close as well. Oh no!
Wow.
Doesn't look like the first shot quite connecting. Not able to finish the kill, but the Spectre's here. The decoy!
Still manages to burn down Ban.
Oh, you need
But
to
just
use
trying to go
Phantom,
full
bro.
auto with all of these weapons, it's not quite enough. The close range duels, somehow Talon losing out in terms of numbers advantage. Still though, trying to go back to a little bit more safety. Lenny just holds out and swaps over to the high angle, gets down
Anjir,
Jeremy.
kelihatan dikit
Wow,
banget.
through the toxic screen though. Jesse Vash with the Sheriff still able to fire off shots.
Yeah, caught one glimpse of it. A Spectre, not the weapon you would want in a situation like this, but already damage done. One more kill and even the entire round possible, but no. Cruz watching from double doors will barely save the round for Talon, carrying over 2 rifles.
Can
Anchor, but can you clutch? With a Spectre, it's just that much more difficult, so it is what it is, but Team Secret managed to put up a bit of a fight. Talon, on the other hand, though, still, I think Lenny getting those 2 kills, Ban as well, I mean, pushing up front. Just fighting with all that force. And you can hear those communications again. It keeps the team alive, it keeps spirits up. And look at this, Governor up to 20 kills now.
Slow creeping up, not as
Apalah
quickly
arti
as we
20
saw in
kills
the
ya
very
kamu
beginning of the
kalah,
map, but
Governor.
obviously a lot more for it to do on the attacking side.
Whoa!
A bit of a mishap on the flash there as well.
He tried to make the movement work though, but Borkum just managing to react that quickly. Another shot coming in from Jeremy as well, and all of a sudden Talon has to reconsider this entire round.
No, they'll spot at least one on halls, so Jesse Vash, no reason to greed this. You have control of double doors, you have control of the site. You can keep them trapped in the halls, it's not the worst scenario.
Anything Jit Boys has to, I don't know, either lurk or push up front. They're thinking about making use of the shoots into mid. It's not quite gonna happen.
Oh, I don't mind this. The shock dart, right? You already showed one person up in halls. You sent the shock dart to let them know that we're still thinking about taking over the space. And you just say if we can keep that occupied, we should have a shot. But no, it's going to be a save. I mean, they don't have any explosive entry into the site, and of course the Cypher most likely anchoring on B.
Yeah, 30 seconds, and look at the setup on B2. I don't think B is a site that they've explored all too much, so there are some unknown variables. They don't know exactly where these trips might be or where the cam is.
10 seconds left.
So there's really a lot to consider, because remember a couple rounds ago we saw Jesse Vash just playing up around tunnel, around elbow a little bit. So they're still thinking that Team Secret setup might be 2 on B, 3 on A. So we don't want to toy with that too much, at least for this round.
Yeah, and you don't have the KO either, right? No way to just shut down that utility. So you have to really use everything you got, start to scout it out. And as you mentioned, haven't spent too many rounds figuring out NDG's preferred default setups. But if anyone's going to do it, it's got to be Ban on that Yoru. Gotta drink a pistol round.
Yeah, if not Ben, it's got to be Lenny with the shock darts. Again, information first. So back to the drawing board for Talon now as Team Secret starts to catch up. Jesse Vash kind of catching up in terms of kills too.
Oh, very aggressive sharp dart into elbow. Jesse's making the same call again, right? Just let them know that we are looking at elbow a bit heavy, and then let's try to reposition ourselves, shift the weight a little bit. But I think he correctly recognized the situation here. No solid info that they're working off of, so just a 2-1-2 default.
Swapped over with Jeremy too. NDG good to anchor, just as Asterai said.
Crash.
Past the cyber cage, but now suddenly pushing into it, punished by Cruz.
Ulti dong,
Crash
ulti dong,
allows
ulti
Ben
dong.
to sneak and infiltrate onto
Ulti dong,
site,
Ben.
just as you mentioned, Will. And apart from that, look at what's happening on the map. He gets out. Jit Boys still holding up around elbow in case anyone crosses over from mid. Cruz, as long as he stays alive up over by Pillar, he uses his utility. He's still got the Reckoning available. There's so much that Talon has invested into this round.
Oh, no.
Another shot.
Ooh,
Jesse Vash
Ben.
out in the open. Borkum revealed by Ban.
Ultinya dipakai
And
sekarang
that's
ya.
Talon back
Per
into
12
the
kah?
game just where they left.
Envy had full utility ready to go, but Cruz just gets him right before he's able to set up the rest of his teammates. Obviously, the distance from each other, not exactly the ideal, but this gate crash was brilliant.
Ooh.
Man, gate crashes into the site, so NDG has to
Gila sih,
wait, but then
Ben, cepet
Cruz
banget loh.
holds before pushing out of the cyber cage, as they know that he now has to pick and choose the 50-50 between the Euro and the decoy. And then they just pinch onto him. During all that, Ban's able to still get the first kill on site as well. And now, because they have that successful B execute, I mean, Team Secret, they can't really rest on their laurels on any part of the map.
Yeah, just trying to change up everything now. NDG swapping up his setup on towards B side as well. Jeremy trying to explore mid a little bit. Maybe
Tinggal ya?
pull off something cheeky. But again, this high tide just makes him question a lot. But guess what? Talon's actually corralled up towards B instead. Just watching elbow.
A good read.
Bandel nggak sih? Tipus nggak sih?
You have to imagine on what the potential is from Team Secret, right? Because they just pressured B successfully as well. Talon's read is that Team Secret has to push out to get info.
Apart from that too, I mean, that's what they're playing off of. Now they want to get their own info past enough time. Dimensional Drift does clear out a lot, so NDG has no choice but to relinquish the site.
Relay boats corralling him.
Ooh. Comboed with Ben and the Dimensional Crash.
No,
Gets
badannya
out onto
kelihatan.
another one. Jesse Vash making a trade happen, so not impossible for Team Secret to come back.
Night, night.
Jeremy on the
flank.
flank, but so is Lenny. Now
Lenny jauh
this
banget.
cuts the timer
Oh
for
my
Lenny quite
God.
short, but I don't think they're aware at all. So if Jit Boys can stay alive alongside Governor, this is huge.
Here
Gets
comes
one.
Lenny, all right. Managed to pull attention away. Envy turns back around. Toxic Screen back up, and Jit Boy still trying to keep things alive. Governor and Envy, though, suddenly pitched down. And with that, the spike available. They knew where Lenny was. They knew where he was about to show up. And Envy collects another round for Team Secret.
Ngapain Lenny ngeler kan?
Team Secret immediately ups the tempo as soon as they recognize that Lenny gets the first kill on the flank. Instead of trying to say, well, one person watch for Lenny, and the rest of us will go in and go for 1v1s, they just say, well, he's still pretty far out. He would have to walk all the way up to Arches to be able to combat us and provide backup. So let's just push in and win these fights. And Jeremy's lurk, I mean, he catches sight alongside Cruz. They see each other in mid, and Jeremy just follows all the way. Good call.
So kind of just like forgetting for a second that although, yes, they might have been pushing out on defense, Team Secret, to get more info, they could also put themselves into deeper positions to lurk like what Jeremy did. And that gives them to that 7-11. Talon now calling their first timeout, trying to collect on those last 2 rounds.
Talon, they seem to have the number, especially in the first half, but the attacking side, I like the attempted hit onto B, that success that brought them their 11th round win, but not quite as much control around the map just yet. I mean, on defense, they were running amok. They held mid, they held pillar, they held both sides, they held A main. Sometimes they pushed out a B main, get that early pick.
Right here.
But on attack, I mean, first of all, not too many answers about pressuring mid, right? And this is allowing Team Secret to just say, all right, pressure one side, go back to 2-1-2 default, and then shift the weight over on a timer.
Benar. Harus di pressure.
Haven't really gone through mid, haven't really, played much around halls either. They did think about that halls
Soalnya
play with
Dewa
that
emang
3-on-5
kabar-kabar aja
round
beriman.
when they lost to
Jangan
Bridge
ngoler
early
kayak
on.
lain.
Well, this is going to be finally the Yoru trying to shake up the utility from Cypherus. Jeremy gets the first kill. NDG was ready for this too. I mean, Ban got pinged by the camp, so he has to slow down. He can't just go in, wreck the setup, and the gate crash out.
That far out, he still gets a shot into lane. So you just lost a little bit of info gathering. Now we're starting to creep up instead.
Well, two-pronged attack. So they've always got a backup plan.
all the way up and through halls. Jesse Vash is right on the other end, gets the information. Jeremy still staying tucked away and hidden.
So Talon seems to have heard and or seen Jesse Vash on the rotate back over to A. Now, the recon just comes out, so they're both stuck in their own position. But the real question is can they break into B? Because otherwise, Jeremy's just holding mid. And Talon doesn't have proof that Jeremy's here.
Oh,
Not even a guess, it looks like.
thought they might have had an idea, but guess not. And with that now, Team Secret very much in control over the map. Van trying to fight back, but not for long. 5 HP. His teammate and the spike dropped. The round is over. I guess he's going for that save. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, only 5 HP and your econ's not exactly even across the board. And we've been trading rounds back and forth, so not quite at the maximum loss streak bonus. Talon carrying one Vandal over, losing a lot of steam. And this one, it could have very well looked different had Lenny been alive, right? They could have pressured a lot more with the Sylvia utility, but now Jeremy seems a bit more warmed up, a bit more confident, digging deep to really cut up the forces from Talon Esports.
That's what we need to see them do, especially on this defensive side. If they can repeat that formula, it's going to be that much more difficult for Talon. NDG going back to the slightly different setup still, but heavily anchoring on the B side. The game plan has swapped back up to what we saw just a few rounds ago. A solo NDG on B.
Yeah, but this is a retake from Team Secret. And they get the ping onto pretty much everybody, if not literally everybody, on the side of Talon. So backups now arrived as well. I mean, Talon, yeah, you have to reset at the very least.
Yeah, retake setup too. Talon has to reconsider their options, but given the time passed, they never quite know who might be on the other side. And it's going to be Jeremy with an operator.
They suspect something.
1 pixel is all it takes. Shot hasn't been fired off. Oh, the movement from Governor. A sudden, he jumped over and carried the momentum through. Jeremy repeats though. Is that good? The cascade pushes him away, and Governor wants to pressure it.
Oh,
the Blade Storm. Right click, and then Lenny with the shorty. Ben is here to assist as well. So although Governor dies, it's enough space for Talon to potentially take the site. High Tide blocks off so much vision.
Spike gets planted. Post plant, not bad. You could even go for a rotate, even the pit to make sure. I mean, this is going up to match point for Talon.
They really need to use the pit
Viper right now, up around the edges of this Viper's pit.
I mean, Secret wants to attempt this so badly, but it just looks nigh impossible.
So many layers of safety. Cruz dies. We still got Jit Boys. We still got Ben and Lenny on the other side of Cave. So it's the call for Envy to save instead.
Yeah, looking at their creds, I don't mind that they attempted to go into the pit. I mean, you just don't want to give over map point. And you still had another flash drive, a 0 point. You know, you get the first cheeky pick. Sure, there's a world. There's a world where a story could be told, but not in that one. And Talon goes up to map point. Lost a lot of steam in the second half, but it was only a couple steps up to here.
Yeah, picked it up again. I mean, again, it might just also be Breeze on defense, and, you know, you got to figure out those openings. And especially with Talon, I mean, Team Secret now starting to peek out a little bit more. They had to adapt. And adapt they did.
Well, this is, it's actually giving me a bit of a nightmare flashback to when DRX just couldn't figure out how to attack on Breeze on an international stage. And a lot of it comes down to, they keep tabs on the actual setup, and they're just trying to combat the setup itself. On a site, ban. Great opening kill, takes out the operator from the opposing side.
Don't just combat the setup, right? Combat the players.
Well, okay, sure, yes, combat the players as well. But what I'm trying to say is you want to work the map, right? If you're just saying, okay, well, they hide in this cubby, they have this strip, let's go in and break it and break it and break it, you still, at the end of the day, have to not only win the fights, but they make one micro adjustment, one change in timing, and it throws the entire thing off. Now, I would say Talon, a bit more flexibility here in the second half. Also, they didn't need to win as many rounds, but this time, Van's operator is the one who really shakes things up.
The decoy as well makes Borkum feel a little bit uneasy. And And then the fast lane, they think it's going to be an A hit, but look at where the spike's headed towards.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin pretty much. Now, a pretty early call from Team Secret. They recognize this as they don't hear any more footsteps, but whoa, Governor flying high off of the boxes.
No way.
1v5.
What a great debut on the Neon.
Neonnya Governor sih annoying
As
banget.
he hops around for his teammate to pick up the kill. 13-8. This first map goes to Talon.
Nice,
Huge
nice, nice.
showing
That was fun. That
from
was fun.
Governor. Obviously, ex-teammates with Rossi from T1, 2 members coming over from Turtle Troop from the challenger scene in North America. And they're here to say that talent is not lacking on the other side of the globe. A great debut for Governor, but it is a best of 3. I think a lot of us perhaps expected a bit more from Team Secret in terms of the mid-rounding, the adjustment, the synergy even, but just not able to do that.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to leave the rest for our analysts to pick up because, wow, what a match to break down.
Showing what they're made of on Breeze. Governor on the Outlaw. Absolutely insane. It was like that content piece he did with the Outlaw. He definitely is a Neon player as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's had plenty of experience on the Neon, but this was still a bit of a different flavor. Like we said, a bit of a mashup from the comps that we saw yesterday on Breeze. They come out here with that Neon alongside the Yoru, and I mean, it was Governor and Ban shining through, and this is really strong when you have 2 players that are also very well versed with that operator, with just snipers in general in their hands. We saw Ban picking up some kills there on the back end with that op. Just a very fearsome double duelist setup that Talon has right now.
When you look at the compositions, right, from the start of this entire game, you, especially with Talon's comp, it's very specialized, and you immediately see the big win condition that Talon needs is a lot of contact, a lot of aggressive contact, and they were so good at that. And what TS needed to do was to try to counteract that when they were on the attacking side, which means that a lot of the pressure relied on Jeremy being able to find openings into the site. Unfortunately, you saw he was just dashing in, getting caught, getting punished by Governor, and then everyone else from Team Secret was just walking up, dying to or taking extra damage from the Viper utility, and then Governor's just there to say 3 kills for me, and then it just kind of happened over and over again until we end with a 9-3 in the first half.
Fairly brutal here. I mean, Team Secret, granted, this is a map that they're the most proficient on. Obviously, with Ascent coming up, it would be that, and then Haven, which is out of the pool. So I think there's still certainly an opportunity for them to rally back in this series. I don't think it's necessarily done yet, but Governor is going to be playing like that, playing sniper coming into his hand. Then Ascent is still a very scary prospect because he very easily on that and play the Jet. Governor play something else going into Ascent if it's not double duel setup. Talon continue to cook. They continue to have some unique looks as far as the strategies are concerned on certain maps. Maybe they have something different for Ascent as well.
Now, what kind of improvements do we want to see from Team Secret? Jeremy was on the Jet there, but I think there's some critical moments that he missed. What's gonna take for Secret to step up?
Occupational hazards aside,
I think
do
Secret
love
before already
watching
had
travel.
some really good entry
Stay
setups,
in the
and
moment.
that's why I think they were so feared, you know, when they had those good days back in 2023 specifically. But this time it just feels like they're letting Jeremy do everything by himself. We don't see the kind of back and forth he has with Jesse Bash, no support utility for Borkum. It's just the standard setups you can see with these kind of agent pickups, and that's not going to be enough against Talon. So they, at least in terms of improvement, they really need to have that support system for Jeremy. He can't just be alone when he's going to be having to come up against possibly.
No.
Yeah, I mean, also when he's
Nembak
going
kayak
to
gitu ya.
these sites, I mean, we see 4 first kills, 4 first deaths for Jeremy. It's very much the same on the opposite side, but when you have that secondary, not initiator, but secondary duelist there in Ban, you're able to capitalize a lot more if Governor does go down. And more often than not, in that first half, Governor was entering and no one was able to stop him at all. Jeremy, when he's getting traded, it's that the trade hasn't really been there. A lot of rounds. Secret, we see him going out, trying to get alive with an operator. He ends up getting picked off. But there's also shots that he absolutely should have. When he's set up over there in A base, arrows down over towards the defender corner. Jeremy should have that shot pretty much 100% of the time. And the whip comes in, they manage to hound him down, and then they close out the map from there. It's just, we need to see those shots coming through. I mean, does Jeremy look improved when it comes down to the offing compared to what we've seen in the past? Yes, I would say that he has, but I don't think it's at that top top level right now, and there are so many great offers in this league that you're going to have to
really liking this iteration of talent.
Stay down.
Cruz also very different kind of energy this year. You watch him on the talent player again.
Moskitku habis, jelek banget loh.
He's not over. Yes, very zen. Not over. No overheating happening on at least on his side. Everything. He's got like 6-7 consecutive in a row.
That's what they kind of want from an IGL, right? You were talking about how the green room, wow, it looks like we're overheating a little bit, you know, chasing the kills, both Ban and Governor. If they have somebody like Cruz to reel them back in, it's perfect for this
Yeah, I mean, having sat down with these guys and talked to them extensively, like they were so excited to finally just have their match get up on stage. They wanted to review their compositions to the world, you know, finally play against the other teams that are in this league. Again, everybody has been hiding strategies away from one another. No one in this tournament has been scrimming against each other, maybe barring a couple exceptions. Widely, they've been keeping everything locked away, just hiding it from the opponent's eyes. They won it.
Oh, shit.
That. And I think that did lead a lot towards them getting a bit overzealous, having too much fun. Like I said, chasing after those kills. There's a couple times where Governor was very clearly just trying to pad the stats, and he ended up cutting down his AC. But as long as Frost in this downtime, as they get ready to go into map 2, if you can break them in a little bit more, if they have that kind of hot start, then I think they'll still be in a really strong position. For Team Secret, right now it's more about, okay, you had a slight warm-up in that second half, you started getting the gears, on the right side, and you carry that momentum forward going into your map, pick up a set, start off like we saw from the side of Talon, and just take that early lead and play with it.
While, you know, we're saying that a lot of the teams have been hiding a lot of their game plan for the season this year, so we haven't seen a lot of that, especially Talon.
Mercy, please, Mercy.
But with Ascent, we have a lot of data to go off of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mercy,
Again,
please,
Team
Mercy,
Secret has
Mercy.
gotten, probably their most successful games on the Ascent map, probably because every single time that they've played it, it's always the same composition over and over again. It's the double initiator with the Sova and the KO, and so on and so forth. You get yourself the jet and everything. But, I mean, at this point, you have to think about Talent might have a different approach in this one, kind of change the status quo. So you might not be aware of this, but what is going to be at least better right now, at least compared to Breeze, if I'm just, you know, hyper-analyzing a little bit, NDG and Envy, the two most...
10 kills remaining.
No.
And they kind of get punished every single time. On the second half, when they were on defense, you saw that they had a chance to do so. Ascent as a map, whether it's attacking or defending, allows you to have those more individualistic plays. So they have a lot more opportunity now to influence the game. This first map, but still is to be seen.
I'm curious, you know, as well for Secret, when it comes down to Ascent, because there is plenty of tape.
5 kills remaining.
Map. So either there needs to be a big compositional difference as far as what agents they're selecting, or a really big change in the base, the setups that they have. Again, with Talent, you don't know what to expect with these 5 players because the slate is quite clean. For Team Secret, if it's mostly just going to be, okay, we're going for a because historically we've been very good at this, then Talent could be the ones who are hyper-analyzing. They can sit down and just really review how you've played this across the last several years and then break it down and really find your weaknesses.
Right, and on top of that, the coaches from both sides, it's been made very clear how well they know each other, and they are definitely trying to, you know, break down each other's mental and get into
One
the
kill
mindset of
remaining.
what they may or may not do, and that is definitely a lot of fun between Frost and Warrior.
And again, it just puts that much more pressure on Warrior because he is the one that's working with a much more known quantity here. So he has a lot more onus on him that he has to try to really reinvent this team as far as what they're going to be doing. And we'll go ahead and take a look. And, well, look at that. It's good old Ascent.
What?
They do not change the status quo, so it's going to be about how the
Okay.
approach will be.
Mirror
I will say
fix
this,
that.
though, at least
reason to go
looking
again.
back at
Bidding
Jeremy's
down, pick
performance, not the entry fragging anymore, his lurking on the second half, he was actually pretty successful at creating those 1v1 duels that favor him. So maybe he was able to isolate a couple of fights, or he builds up on that confidence of his, make it into multi-kills, you know, following the footsteps of Governor. That really is something that is going to be so beneficial here for Team Secret, because again, it really just goes back on having to have a very reliable duelist. And Jeremy, even though he's got top frag for Team Secret, it wasn't the top frag that they were kind of hoping for that will get them that game.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to just that impact wasn't quite there as much as it was for Talon.
All right, let's go into our second map of Ascent. We got Team Secret versus Talon. Are we going to go to a map 3, or does it stop here on Ascent?
I guess.
No, it's not stopped here already.
I guess that is the question, right? Chubby Ninja, Asteroid, Achilles. I mean, it's going to be Ascent. We've seen this so many times. It's the exact same composition for both sides. What do we think, Will?
Well, there was a part of me that hoped. You know, we saw the Neon and Yoru on Breeze, and I saw, all right, Talon's cooking. And they said, even Ascent can't be cooked anymore. It is perfect. We gotta just let the steak rest forever, as it is just the same old composition. But, I mean, even whether it's the shots, the confidence, maybe even the comms, the backup, I mean, everything Talon looked better in map 1. Now TS back in comfort zone. Isn't enough to change it up. Waiting for a mid push out. I mean, you know, these days Ascent is really just kind of this rock, paper, scissor among teams, right? Everyone knows each other's plays books. Everyone's reading from each other.
Udah hafalan banget.
Well, might not know too much about what Talon might do, though. Pushing out the B main that way. Not quite finding the shots, now re-peeking into it. Governor still with that sheriff trying to make it work.
Man.
Managing to take down NDG now.
NDG just wanted one piece of the action. He can't land enough shots to get the assist there, and Jeremy just cleans it up, but not quite safe in the sight. Chip boys.
That's a good enough pickup that it gives them numbers advantage, even though Governor is pretty low. Spike plane goes down, and at this point, just a clean retake is all it needs.
Oh, the turret just doing a little extra chip damage. Everything counts here in a pistol round.
Oh no.
Last player.
Holy shit, this pump.
Yeah.
That was
He was ready for it. He was crouched.
Oh!
Can't find the headshot either. Oof. Listen, I mean, I was one of those people that was hoping that Germany would come in this year and fire right off the bat, because, I mean, he kind of needs to, for himself, he needs to find that confidence on the stage. We've seen peak moments from the young player on Team Secret, but the operator looked a little rough and shaky on Breeze, and not finding it just yet in the pistol, but still many rounds to go on Ascent.
Yeah, Lenny
Jeremy
jumping
needs
back
to
into
prove
heaven,
himself, bro.
definitely throwing him off a little bit. Now we've got the setups from Talon, though, and it makes you wonder, are they going to push out again?
Well, with these weapons, surely not. Although maybe inching forward on main, they do have the Ares, they have the Paranoia, lots of setup.
Governor. Paranoia to support.
Okay, seems like Talon did have a discussion about greeting and overheating for stats. Obviously, just a second round. Need for a skill. Backed up, and they know that there's still members here. Talon has no reason to give the entire area for free, and even if they do, turret and nanoswarms there to just chip away at every member.
At the same time, just wanting to make sure they don't give away too many weapons. Jin boys, there we go. Nanoswarms available. However, the 0 point does connect.
Yeah, and they were also all pretty much through, right? A little bit of scratches here and there. Actually, Envy taking a bit more than I thought he would have. The smoke gives it away, but at least they get the spike plant.
So it's a good enough win for Team Secret. Now, can Talon make this a flawless win? Surely not quick enough. The rest of them trying to wallbang through. We do have an Ares, so might as well try to make it happen. But here comes NDG. A good shot from the back of Boathouse, but Governor is just that much sharper as well. Okay, Ben with the Guardian, and then Lenny with a Ghost. Why not?
Ooh,
4
almost.
out of 5 weapons saved. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Good shots from Governor. He's continuing to put up highlights for Talon, putting them back on the board, putting them back in discussion for VCT Pacific. We'll see if he can continue. You know, the desk talked about a little bit of overheating towards the end, trying to pad those stats. But, I mean, with these kind of performances, as long as it, you know, ends on a happy note, I don't know if you can blame him too much. At least for today, he's riding that momentum. And this is a player that came in and just started confidently talking before even playing one official in Pacific, right? Said he thinks he can fight everybody here. He's been very outspoken in all of their videos so far, building up to kickoff, and now he's here to back up the talk.
He's got that confidence.
Oh,
5 kills already in round 2. 1 point away from the Blade Storm.
Lag lagi.
Not much to
Stream
say
gua
can
nge-lag.
be said for, fortunately, oh dear Jeremy, just for the time being. They are trying to attack though, so we'll give them that. But Governor continues to wreak havoc outside of B main. NDG was not expecting that. Team Secret needs to find another option into a site.
It's going to be a smoke to try to block off main, but they do know that it should be a split here.
Ooh, okay, Jeremy got the movement. Tries to bypass the space. It does allow them into the site, although the wall bangs from Lenny are just firing off. At the very least, we've got the site now.
I wonder if it's going to be at least one person going for
How
a
to
long
retake, man.
wraparound.
Yeah,
Doesn't
man,
look
how
like
to-
it, so just a two-way retake coming in through tree.
Well, Vash might be the one wrapping around instead. Has to make it quick enough, though. The rest of the team got to stay alive enough. But here comes Governor. Blade Storm available. He goes up and at the ready.
Oh, man.
3rd kill under his belt. Now he's looking for the last. Doesn't quite get onto Jesse Vash, but it's enough for Ben to stick the spike. Gets up almost at the half,
Ayo lo.
but just not quite
Governor
secure enough to take down
overhit.
Jesse Vash.
Round 3's not the round you want to overheat on for kills. I mean, listen, quite frankly, he was definitely feeling the momentum. His movement was good onto the retake. And if he did get the kill, it would have been the thumbnail of the highlight for this match for sure if they end up winning the entire thing. But it gives just enough room for Jesse Vash. And this is why Team Secret was always getting so close last year. Even if they had a rough match, even if they had rough rounds, they have these players who are able to just kind of calm things down and stop the bleeding, buy them enough time to regroup. That is the threat for Team Secret. And it might not seem like much, but it is just enough.
Yeah, they played enough games to know, like, hey, calm down, it's all good. I can still bring things back. Now with that 2-1 score, we're looking to turn it into a 2-2, hopefully. Lenny has an Odin, though.
Yeah, very desperate, too, because while, yeah, it was a clutch, that's not what you want to see on the 3rd round on your bye round.
Wow, just a quick, simple execute. Paranoia out as well. Cruz trying to hold things back. A little bit off on the Shrouded Step play, but still able to gun him down regardless. Jesse Vash with Hunter's Fury in as well. Now the rest of them with that Odin almost trying to connect, but Envy manages to stay alive. Now options available are just heaven. Not quite so much door, but they have no idea that NDG is right around that spot.
I mean, with the type of util they have available, yeah, I'm not surprised it's safe. Sure, you got the recon on the drone, but
fair enough.
Yeah, you would need to use it a bit further back if you don't want to get spammed out, as Lenny's pretty low. And then you would have needed to jump right on it. No flashes as well. No information on tree, like you mentioned. And NDG was there, so good positioning by NDG. Very quick on that backup, should the retake have come through. Secret looking a bit more alive on one of their favorite maps from 2023.
I mean, when it's that much rehearsed, the executes are fast, they're decisive, they're impactful. Meanwhile, for Talon, you know, it does feel as though some of this carries over from, you know, the previous map on Breeze. When the pace gets switched up against them, and when it's a rush coming out from Team Secret, they can't really hold it down all too well sometimes.
Yeah, and this is actually why Team Secret had such a good win rate, right? If you think back, this was another team that used to just say, okay, once we figure out where they're weaker, we just keep going.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Don't fix what's not broke. The same thing happened on Haven, of course, a couple of times, especially against teams like DRX.
Yeah.
Happened on Ascent. And they just know that if you're going to still go for defaults, we will always have the numbers advantage. Let's see if that continues to be the trend today.
Right here.
I mean, again, we keep talking about one of the teams that made the least changes coming into 2024, so you imagine the calling, the philosophy, the speed, everything should be similar.
Well, they are switching up the pace just for now.
Good round to take some mid control, put some pressure, see if he can get sight of those alarm bots. Not going to dig deep enough, but he has no idea that there's so many members wrapping all the way around him. From short, they don't peek out all the way.
Still trying to find that opening pick, though. Just trying to push through a little bit, but then smoked off immediately by Cruz. Talon controlling the map for the time being.
I mean, great save. Oh, I was gonna say earlier from Jesse Vash to keep Jeremy alive, but Governor will find a kill nonetheless, this time on main.
Take flight.
And with that now, just might be able to prevent Team Secret from smoking things off. Lenny, sensing that the hit is headed towards B, sends out the recon.
30 seconds left.
And then everyone's ready to fire and let it rip. Jit Boys, triple kill back to back. Governor getting the last one onto Jeremy. Everything lines up for Talon.
Great hold, the recon at an angle where you'd have to get pinged to clear it out. And then you have someone still holding close, a bit of an off angle with that Vandal, not holding close to the wall, not holding far out with an Odin. Try to go for a peek, but good reset after the first kill for Jit Boys. And he was one of the members that we all thought last year showed so much consistency, so much just good value for talent to build upon. It's great to see him return in form.
Get out of my way.
Especially on this Sentinel role. On this map too, he had some great moments. Still though, Team Secret very much in the game. Jeremy with the Blade Storm. Let's see if he can make some magic work. They're headed towards A with another A split setting up for that execute.
Spots one. Oh, didn't see him on the minimap, so his teammates get the trade, but gets stuck on the door.
A little bit unfortunate, but here comes the Shrouded Step. The decoy play for Envy to peek out, but it's just a trade. 3-on-3 now, and although there is space for Team Secret, it's still a little bit risky to get the spike down. Okay, they managed to make it happen. No wall banks just yet. We also have NDG just kind of lurking around mid, so that's the idea now.
NDG is the big one. The timing is going to be so crucial because Jitboy suspects it, but NDG just needs to be patient. His teammates are still alive. He doesn't need to be the one that gets first contact. Oh no.
Peeked out a little bit too early. Now Envy might have some utility, but he's just pinched down. Recon in, has to make his shots ring true, but Lenny just sprays it down with an Odin.
Thanks.
And that's Talon with the 4th win.
I mean, I held my breath on that one. Envy's had some nutty highlights last year. So there was a possibility, but it's always, those are things that look like miracles. And so far, Talon still looking like the team that's just put together a bit more, which is the crazy part. An entirely new roster, right? Only 2 members, so not exactly a core moving on from last year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of performances from Governor, and now a little bit more from Jit Boys. I'm telling you, don't doubt Lenny. And now he's got this Odin. There was no way that Envy could have made it out of that one. Especially when he's just swinging as he falls down. On to the next round, though. Again, Talon switching out their positions. A little bit more than stack on A, but reading things wrong. It's going to be Team Secret that's enabled into B.
Yeah, well, of course, the null command on the other side, and they have their own lockdown. So this is a read for read.
Retake.
Yeah, now their own null command coming out first. I like it. Denies the potential response from Envy.
Have a smoke. Yeah, there it is for B main. Governor gets an opening shot. 2 players isolated on the other side, and it allows for Governor to swing up on towards B. And then Cruz just to decimate anyone hiding inside of B main. Talon makes it a quick round, a flawless round, and a retake.
I mean, forget the frags itself. Lenny's calling has been very solid on the defensive side of both maps. I mean, this one, it's one of those very standard things just because Ascent is such a known value now across the entire world, but you keep tabs on the ultimates, right? You keep tabs on what the ping pong has been across the sites, and you say, MTB site, we've got more tools to go for retakes. Now, obviously, if Envy had used null command to start with, it's even more value that they get out of it. But since they don't, they immediately pop their null command first a little bit early to deny that response, so they're able to go in a bit stronger on the retake.
And that's what they needed, especially with that pacing coming through. As soon as they secure a strong lead, that's great.
And this time it's an A empty as well, because that null command is still available. They're just letting this happen. They still have the lockdown for the retake on A. I mean, Lenny is reading Team Secret's habits.
Great anticipation. Null command doesn't connect onto anything, and as soon as that timer runs out, Talon's got the site surrounded. You've got the lockdown. You've got the Hunter's Fury. How does Team Secret respond to this?
If he gets this, oh no, it's so clean. He finds one more as well. Does get traded.
And even even with the one-way, it just enables for Governor to find a little bit more, jumps back out, another shot through. Jeremy tries to spray transfer over, but it's pressured into shooting down this lockdown instead. Lenny goes in for the chase, and it's Governor with the short in that gets it instead. NDG all the way from A main, can't find the angles.
You know, it does seem like at times that NDG isn't quite able to get a hold of himself. You know, it looks like it's just a bit too chaotic. It's just a bit things moving too fast. A little overwhelming, perhaps. Obviously, a big debut stage for him. Coming up onto a big LAN stage against VCT teams here in Pacific. But we're not seeing moments that live up to the hype and expectation a lot of people had.
Not quite enough. I mean, we've seen him able to anchor, but not quite so much with the clutches, and especially with Talon now retaking sites. The post plants, it's a little bit shaky, and with a score 6-2 right now, if Team Secret doesn't fix things, this match could be over.
Sure. I mean, yes, again, Ascent, etc., defensive half, but the way things are looking now, it looks like they're well on their way to at least another 9-3 half, which is what they had on Breeze. Starting on that defense. The calls from Lenny are good. Good reads on to Jesse Vash and Team Secret. I mean, what a way to prove a point for Lenny. Sitting behind this 5-man roster all year last year, only getting one chance, and not exactly a fair one, when he had to play the one map against DRX.
He's finally getting his chance. I mean, round 7 and 8 says so much. But of course, now off the timeout, what does Team Secret have in store for us?
Well, first of all, they got to quiet down Governor once again, 14-2-1. Still with the op on that jet. Okay, oh, Lenny.
Oh my god, Lenny. So fun, nerd anjir.
Yeah, and that spam, it just comes up every so often enough that you almost forget about it, right? The B main one is there every day, all day, but the one in mid, like everyone knows it can be done, but it just doesn't happen every round.
It's another read though, because he knew there was going to be that Aldro being committed. As soon as he saw it fly up, he went in for that spray, but here comes NDG now, trying to open things up against Governor. So Stardoll is gone. Jit Boys with a bit of a trade.
We're going A.
And we're back to a 3-on-3. Space created, and all of a sudden it's a mid to A adaptation from Team Secret. Can Cruz play against this? Ben just peeks out.
What
Cruz
the?
holds his ground. And all that's left is going to be Envy on a 1-on-3.
What the heck was that flick?
He has time. He wants to make these 1v1s.
Dibikin 1v1 nih.
The best option he's had.
40 seconds.
Wah, flicknya Ben loh.
Crouch spray commitment from Ben, and he's just tagged
Lihat
up.
komennya.
I want to see that swivel from Ban, because it just looked like Jeremy was going to have the kill if Ban didn't peek out with a pre-fire. Not sure if we'll get a chance to see it, but Ban, he's been free. Another, and this time it is on the KO, right? So it's not necessarily about putting him on the jet. Last year it was only on the jet that he looked confident, but something about the comms, the chemistry on this team, we got to remember, Governor says he was the one who suggested and fought for Ban to be brought on board to this new roster of Talon Esports, and it's paying off.
There's that bit of a duo, and it certainly works out well. Apart from that, I mean, just
Oh my god,
the
how did
game
it?
plan
Oh,
from Team
Andy.
Secret instantly shut down, but Jeremy has.
Wow, Jeremy.
Okay,
What
a
the heck
little
are
bit
you
to say,
doing,
but
bro?
not all too much. 3-on-4, Spike getting planted, but retakes are underway.
You know, not to say anything about necessarily the cleanliness or whether you overheat or not, but the style that Governor is playing, he is playing like a world-class duelist. He's playing as if he just simply cannot lose fights.
Yeah, actually, really mechanically
Ooh, nice.
insane. I mean, there's so
Nice
much that
talent.
he's
So
doing,
good, so good.
jumping around, updrafting.
And the interesting part is the team backs him up. I mean, if they didn't, a lot of these rounds would actually end up looking like overeats. There are rounds where he is going to drop a weapon. There are rounds where maybe the updraft is a little too eager, but the trades are there that either keep him alive or even if he dies, it's a very clean win for the team. And the pacing that Talon has right now, is exactly what a player like Governor would want. If he wants to go in and take every fight, assume that he's going to win, he wants backup to be there immediately, and it is
Serve
every
di Talon
time
juga, iya,
on the
serve.
defensive side for Talon.
The follow through, the relays, and now, you know,
Serve
he's up
di-
17 and 3.
I mean, Team Secret would want nothing more than to make this a 4-8 half.
Changing angles as well
Nggak
now,
kena.
down towards mid. We do have Team Secret players trying to creep
Di-pick
up on
nih.
Catwalk. Governor has a
Di-pick
very
nih.
good chance at
No.
spotting all of them.
Wow, no one was watching mid, by the way, so keep notes on that.
Okay.
Work him. No.
Wah, Lenny
Getting
Sova
his
nerd
soul
anjir,
down.
beneran jago banget Sova ya.
And that's another thing about Lenny is Sova. Punisher always good for a couple of kills. Jeremy sees it and wants to push the pressure. Odin will put up a bit of a roadblock though as the sprays
Holy
cut
shit.
Envy in half.
Holy
Kills!
Lenny,
Lenny! The
Lenny.
quick swivel onto Jeremy.
Oh,
I
di
thought
nerd,
Jeremy was going to
anjir.
have a timing there, jumping up amidst all that noise. But Lenny,
This is, I'm telling you, this is that Lenny that I saw from Fleet Esports like 2 years ago.
well, I'm glad someone's keeping that memory because it's coming back. I mean, the Hunter's Fury, great. Part of it, Borkum kind of hoping that he wasn't spotted because of the first shot missed. But then Lenny, the fact that he's keeping the focus as well on how to hold his own angles and the timings, the possibilities while he's IGLing on this new roster of an entire new mix.
And so that was all they needed. And also not changing up all too much. The game plan still sounds still good. Odin sprays through. Governor just a bit of a peek and it takes down NDG. Here comes Jeremy though. Bladestorm at the ready. And he's looking to get to work.
Ayo lo Jeremy, overhit nggak?
Just
Overhit
one
nggak?
more round. 3-9, hope for the curse.
Kena anjir.
He
Nah,
says
okay.
enough is enough. I
Thank you.
want that 9-3. But Governor, what?
Both side, both
Telling
side, you know they're
Governor
both side.
doesn't think there's a single person that can stop him in the server.
He's overflowing with confidence right now. And he's supported by Ben of all things right now.
Player standing.
A bit of a bait, a bit of a trade.
He's expecting it. Oh man, Jesse Vash quick on the trigger, but man, a good read on the situation.
Ini round 12 ya anjir.
I mean, count on Jesse Vash to bring home the few rounds that they've had. Stabilizing at 3-9. The attacking side, I mean, listen, it was the same story on Breeze. A bit lacking. And on Ascent, it's even tougher because, again, the playbook is just so textbook across the entire world that if you're bringing out this composition, everyone knows the options. It's just a matter of a chess game and the flowchart of who stays one step ahead. And today, it was not secret, both in terms of the decisions they made, but the speed of it as well.
Yeah, Secret are definitely catching up to a lot of things. At times when they switch up the pace, they might be able to sneak away a round or two, especially when Jesse Vash is there to clutch things
Guys.
out. But if not for that, it definitely looks like, you know, we've got Governor fragging out, we've got Lenny reading them and staying one step ahead in that chess game, like you mentioned, Will.
Okay, the pistol round once again, ever so important. Frost speaking his mind, wants to
Dude, the
close things
contrast.
out. I know.
Warverts, it doesn't sing anything.
Well, he also just seems like he's just racking his brain as well. I think part of it is, I think even the execution of what they have been doing hasn't exactly been the cleanest, right? And then the shots as well. And listen, if the players aren't hitting the shots that they normally would, what do you say at that point? I mean, I guess if you're head coach Solo, Gen G, you actually do tell them to just pick up their guns and hit their shots. And, or if you're Alex of Paper X, right? It works for some
Smack the
teams,
Escal,
but yeah.
Morale boost, you know, is something that's needed sometimes.
I mean, that depends on, you know, player to player, personality to personality, but that is part of it. Team Secret, they need to hit their first shots a bit more often.
The form just feels a little bit off today, but as we swap sides, maybe finding a bit more success on the defense. Then again, we don't quite know Talon's game plan as they switch things up. Governor just trying to go quick up against Jeremy.
Ben.
Doesn't quite work out, but here comes Ben. There is that follow-up. You always talk about it, Will, and here it is.
I thought Jeremy's backup was quick enough. I thought that was going to catch Talon off guard. But after the one kill, Ban swings on the trade, and then there's Shadow Step. Jesse Vash.
Last
Ooh.
player standing.
Well, good shock dart and a ghost kill to follow up, but not quite enough. Half
Alarm
HP
bot.
though.
Spike planted.
He might be spotted. He might be vulnerable, but he might be able to find some shots.
The turret's there. He's waiting, but there's no reason for them to peek.
Ooh, this is odd. I was gonna say not impossible, but yeah.
Good post plant from those two. That was honestly, it's a 2v1. You spotted him once. That was a round where they could have suddenly gone for the
Anjir
double
Lenny,
swing,
mau
and they probably
catatan.
would have won it either way, but they still wait until one more peek. They go for another jump because the turret wasn't broken. This is how you know that it's not just the hype and momentum that they're riding off of. The comms are there for Talon, and I mean, color me impressed because I did not expect this. At least not in the first match of kickoff. I thought they were going to look shaky. I thought we were going to see like bits and pieces that they were trying to put together. But here's the whole entire pizza.
Especially with that turret play too. Off to the next round now. We've got some guns. Not just some guns, a lot of guns. Thanks to the kills that they've gotten before. Team Secret with the Sheriffs though, you never quite want to count them out fully.
I mean, they didn't get the turret either.
Okay.
This goes from bad to worse, honestly.
Very clear hit towards B. The spike's not there though, it's not a full commit. Nobody's quite pushing out of A main, so Cruz decides to make a move, Talon decides to pull back.
Gila, beli lane worth
Very
it banget ah.
aggressively with an outlaw.
Close range, it still works. No armor, one shot, one kill. And then suddenly committing into B. Oh my goodness, Team Secret did not expect this whatsoever. And then the other boom shot onto Borkum. We're past
Nice,
double
nice,
digits
nice.
now.
Keren.
Lenny's IGLing looks very good. The thing is what we're seeing is he seems to have enough ideas in his head that he can make the split second calls. Well, it looks like he was actually just looking into his notes right there as well, right next to him. Trying to keep tabs or maybe reminding himself of what they want to do next, what the game plan was coming into today's match. But, I mean, that call, you dig deep. If I get the kill, just go for B. Like you said, not something Secret expected because everything was quiet. Audio was cut on B main. It's small things like that, but the speed at which they're able to do it shows the practice and the calls from the IGL of Talon.
Entire team's cohesion as well now. They're looking for that match point. Just switching things up in terms of pace. Governor wants to go ham. Going for the Phantom, going for the movement. A double kill in meter trade. But then the rest of the team has already made their way onto sites. It's a 2-on-2 and not impossible for Talon to pick up this bonus and match point.
Secret has to go for this, but Jeremy is so low, 10 HP. The shock dart, the outlaw, everything is gonna have so much value.
Oh, the outlaw. Way too low, and that's gonna be it. Lenny hopping up with the classic just to check, and he found what he was looking for.
I mean, I'll see what we're all thinking. This is some justice for Lenny. What in the world?
I was trying not to mention it. He's like
coming back with a vengeance from the bench.
Put me on Gecko again.
Yeah, well, not even that. Just don't put me on the stage again. See what happens.
All right, it's just kickoff. It's just the first match, but what a way to start things out.
Sure, Talon did this to us last year, but I mean, honestly, a great showing. And you know, that outlaw, I mean, some of the pros have talked about that as well, right? Close range. It's still good enough. You got the double shot.
It is. And now we've got the half armor all across Team Secret. Phantoms to everyone on Talon. Governor already so deep into the site, infiltrating. And just trying to block them off as they try to push out from defender spawn. Team Secret, this retake, it doesn't feel like it's gonna happen. Envy trying to watch the angles though, nobody flushed out of logs. Shortly inside of B main, trying to fire off the shot to Mage Spark Guardian, but it's not quite gonna find all too much. Look at the swing from Van and Jit Boys. All that's left is going to be Jesse Bash, and Governor with the angle makes it a flawless 13-3 on Ascent.
A statement made by Talon Esports. Sure, it's a new roster, but a lot of us still don't know exactly what to expect. You take apart the individual players, sure, it looked good, but the offseason, it looked like they still needed a lot of time to gel together. And they say no, it was the exact perfect time to cook. Meanwhile, Team Secret, the warm-up still needed, and a slow start to the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I think that's another thing too, is just that, you know, Akila's always mentions about Warbirds and Team Secret. They'd love to get enough prep. When you don't have enough prep against a team like Talon, who show up incredible compositions such as that Neon and Yoru, Governor going crazy like this, Lenny even, you know, showing off the Sova now, it's something that Team Secret doesn't expect. It's something that none of us expected.
Yeah, and of course Talon's now going to be facing the winner of that next match, DRX versus DFM. I'm excited to see how that looks, because again, Lenny, even Frost, they have some good ideas about how the tendencies work for Team Secret. Now when they're going up against another new value, how do they look? How do they come prepared?
I still like the sportsmanship though. No bad blood, just some hugs all around. But look at how elated the Talon Esports boys are. And not just that too. I mean, if we get into stats in a second, our desk is gonna go crazy.
I mean, we thought we were surprised yesterday, but Governor has had an absolute field day on the stage. His very first time standing on the VCT Pacific stage, bringing the victory alongside his new teammates for Talon Esports.
What a day it's shaping out to be. We saw like new Zeta Division, now new Talon Esports too, closing things out 2-0 in this first matchup. Still, I mean, that said,
Lihat post match dulu.
everything's
Apa
not
dia?
over yet. We still got one more match to go. Talon Esports, they've got more obstacles if they are to make it. But so far, so good. I mean, consistent performance from Governor, consistent from Lenny and Chip Voice now in our interview.
VCT Pacific kickoff. The second win goes to Talon. Congratulations! Woo! Yes, I can see the fans so excited for Talon. And for Governor, you show like crazy shots perfectly showing up. So how do you feel about your first debut? 이제 거버너 선수를 만나보겠는데요. 오늘 좀 에임이 정말 미쳤습니다. 오늘 이 활약에 대해서 데뷔에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 물어보겠습니다.
I was definitely like nervous because it's my like in the
you?
beginning a little bit for the
Okay.
first like 2 rounds maybe, but that, you know, same thing with challengers last year. My first like 2 rounds in my first match, I was definitely nervous, but once you know you're in the server, it's like it just feels natural, and it got comfortable as you know I went on.
Yeah, you get used to it, right?
Yeah.
네, 처음 2라운드에서는 좀 긴장했습니다. 저번 작년 챌린지에서 같은 경우도 2라운드까지는 조금 긴장했지만 갈수록 적응을 했고 그게 승리로 이끌었던 것 같습니다. So also Talon's revenge to TS was stronger than expected. So what do you think affected today's massive win? 오늘 이제 탈론이 공격에 나서면서 예상보다 더 큰 활약을 보여줬는데 이 승리에 대해서 어떤 게 가장 큰 요소가 있었을까요?
Obviously, there's like some history in Lenny, you know, a secret. I think for this match, like we knew how much it meant to Lenny, especially, you know, me. But you know, the match, I really wanted to win this one more than anything, just you know, for my teammate. I know how much it meant to him, so I'm really happy I was able to, you know, have such a performance.
Yeah, you really did.
Yeah.
But anything to continue?
No.
Okay. 네, 일단 조금 의문으로 남기도 하지만 제가 이번 경기에서 활약을 했고 그리고 더 크게 기여한 것에 대해서 기쁨을 느낀다고 전했는데요. 또 다음 질문으로 이어가 보면은 이제 새로운 코치와 함께 경기를 진행하게 됐는데 이 코치와 팀과의 케미는 어떤지 또 물어보겠습니다. Also, we have the new coach Frost in Talon. So, what do you think? How was the chemistry with the team? How did it work with the coach?
So I've actually worked with Frost in the past.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was on a free agent team for about 6 months with him. When I first, you know, worked with him, he was a lot stricter than I'm used to. Like, think of it like a football coach. Very, you know, strict. Basically, the first person to probably, you know, call me stupid a lot, and like, but you know, I have a history with him. But you know, overall, when you know he brought me to Talon, you know, I was, because of my history with him, I think it meshed already really well. Because in the past, you know, at first I definitely didn't know how to feel about it, but you know, even now we argue a lot, but you know, it's healthy. You know, it's a healthy amount of arguing, and you know, we work well together.
야. 또 이제 코치님이 되게 엄격하시다고 말했는데 작년에도 이제 코치님과 함께 했지만 이번에는 조금 더 코치님과 더 투닥투닥 거리면서 좀 더 케미 좋은 팀으로 만들어 나갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 또 이월 지나칠 수 없죠. 팬분들께 선물로 드릴 인형인데요. 여기에 직접 승리의 데뷔 사인과 함께 팬분들께 던져보겠습니다. So can you give your sign, Mr. We're gonna throw it to the fans. Your sign here?
Oh.
This marker? Congratulations! Oh, you can sign it on the forehead or the back. Yes. Anywhere you want. 네, 지금 사인을 하고 계신데요. 이 행운의 인형을 갖고 싶으신 팬분들은 손을 번쩍 들고 계시면 그쪽으로 갈 확률이 좀 높겠죠? 제가 또 네, 오늘도 뒤쪽이 조금 더 적극적인 것 같아요. Yeah, the fans are really wanting the doll. Where do you want to throw it to? To the back or to the front? Anyone will feel you're lucky. Good job. Okay. Thank you so much for the interview. I hope to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Bye to the camera. Thank you.
Wow, there are a lot of fans there trying to catch that Tactic Bunny from Governor, who was incredible. There's so much history between these two teams, but it's surprising actually how Team Secret performed here. You know, they have so much history on this map, and they weren't quite playing themselves. On the other side, Talent looked phenomenal.
Yeah, surprising is one word to use. I could think of several other ones, but I won't utter them on the broadcast right now. This was absolutely disappointing, and not at all what we expected from Team Secret. We expected them to come out, again, like I said, they have a decent jumping off point, given that they have such a solid foundation still on this squad with just one new player joining in. But Talent, good lord, what a performance from them the whole way throughout. Utterly dominant here on Ascent. And this is where we said, okay, you know what, Secret, they started warming up a little bit on the back end of Breeze. Now they found their footing. We saw that pistol round coming out from Envy on Breeze as well. So it's like, okay, now they're a little bit more warmed up. They're a little bit more in the zone. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Talon were just completely unflappable on this map.
And you know how important that pistol round was, because it felt like after that, because they lost it, it felt like Jeremy just couldn't find his groove. There was a point where he had the blades coming into short. He spotted two targets and couldn't decide which one to actually, actually focus on.
We have to just point straight to the stats. Governor drops a 399 on Ascent. Wow. Nearly cresting 400 and has 7 first kills. He only gave up 1 first death that entire map. It's just utterly dominant the whole way throughout. Lenny as well, stepping into this IGL role, also putting up fantastic figures. He comes away with 100% kill participation on that Sova. He was contributing to absolutely everything that was being done in the lobby. This is a renaissance for a lot of these players. Ban, somebody who was subject to a lot of scrutiny after last year. We did see improvements from him on his jet, particularly on Fracture, but so far seeing him on the Euro, seeing him on KO, the system that he's in right now, it seems like they're really utilizing him.
Yeah, so where does that put us now? We got T1 and Zeta facing up, and Talon is going to be facing up the winner of the next match, which is DRX and DFM. Now, I know, like Talon, a lot of us had a lot of question marks about DFM, but judging by Talon's performance, maybe we should give DFM a lot of credit too.
Yeah. It certainly is possible. I mean, they come in, they have a lot riding on this game right here for the side of DFM. So, I mean, they need to prove themselves for sure with this newer roster coming through. Crazy Raccoon crossover, Anthem there as well still. But the odds are stacked against them. But I think no matter which team comes out on top of this one, whoever it is, them versus Talon makes for an awesome match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger.
Heck yeah. We're going to break down more of this. We're going to go on a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to go into the last and final matchup of today.
Okay, guys. Susah banget. Ngelag ya? Kenapa ngelag gitu ya? Oh, her eyes make the stars look like they're not shining. Her hair forms perfectly without her trying. Aduh, nggak pernah ngereng. Tell her every day. Jangan nonton di RX nggak usah.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Oh shit.
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll lead us right to the enemy.
Fight.
I got yous, okay?
Okay, we're back. We're back. Oh, fine. Main Sky dah.
That's 3.
Oh. Oh, udah mulai nih. Timing.
Look at that. That's 3. 4 down. Enough.
Dominating.
Sleep tight.
Ah, mana dia? Aduh. Bengong aku.
Taken out.
Ya nembak badan. Bener ada orang anjir, aku denger loh.
One dead.
Holy cow.
Buried.
Pintar banget nembaknya. What the? Bisa nonton lain ya? Sakit banget. Mau cari kepala sofanya. Aduh, di kanan harusnya cek kanan dulu kalau kayak gitu.
One down. One less.
10 kills remaining.
Mouseku jatuh. Lumayan nyampah.
Ended.
Masih gak kelihatan di mana sih pada main mana. Holy shit, spray CS.
One dead.
Duh. Ada yang salah mungkin aku anjir.
Buried.
Dia selalu dapat ini full.
Five kills remaining.
Holy shit.
One kill remaining.
Last one. Reap what you sow.
Halo bang, baru lihat bang, sorry bang. Overhit kali bang. Kenapa? Gue juga nggak tahu kenapa bisa gitu bang. Gue nggak lihat komen, sorry. sekecil itu
the
bergerak.
season. So I think him being there still means that there's a solid amount of firepower that's there for the side of DFM. I'm more interested in how these players coming over from Crazy Raccoon are going to mesh with him and whether or not they're going to be able to put a dent in DRX.
Now let's talk about DRX. They did have some minor roster changes.
Anjir.
This is the opposite.
It's
on the other both opposite ends of the spectrum.
These are just facts. I mean, I heard like podcasts where people are just wagering, like, is DFM gonna get their first win? I think they are for sure. There's absolutely no way. Anthem, like you said, Achilleos, he was incredible. He was an incredible Sky last year. Now DRX, they have Flashback on the team now. They decided to take on a rookie. What was it, 608 days since they changed their roster, and finally they've done it.
Yeah, absolutely have. I just wanted to add as well, you know, looking at this as a whole for the DRX roster, they are, I believe, a 5-man roster now compared to the 6 from last year. So it feels like they're trying to, similar to what I was saying with Team Secret, they want to just solidify the roles that they've had already, right? They want Buzz to be that solid front man as their duelist. They want Foxy9 to assist them, and they want Flashback to be that solid back end and just have an overall very stable roster. And it makes a lot of sense. They did that a lot with the previous tournaments that they played, and now they're trying to bring that mentality, that solidity here in this first match against DFM.
So I do agree with you, but I also still have this question itching at the back of my brain, which is Buzz going to be the duelist? Is Foxy9 going to be playing Sentinel?
He's
or are those roles going to be swapped around? Yeah. Is that something that they decide to change as well? I'm happy to see a more steady roster here from the side of DRX. The constant swap-ups was something that was very much hurting them throughout last season, even at the international level. But they still could very well subvert our expectations here.
Yeah, absolutely. But they have to change something because based on their performance last year, you know, they played really strong against a lot of the other teams, but Paper X kept shaking them up till the very end. And you can see now they're trying to rethink things. And we were talking about their roster a lot last year and throughout the offseason, how DRX were going to shake things up. Like, was Foxy9 even going to stay on the roster? And clearly they decided to keep it.
Yeah, I mean, here to stay, and now is not the youngest member of the team. Flashback just a little bit older, so Foxy9 gets to live the young life for a little bit there, and can mess around with Flashback as much as he pleases. But I'm curious as to what iteration is going to be coming through. Obviously, this is a roster that we're seeing a lot in the off-season. They were running this Invitational, et cetera, et cetera. And it was Foxy9 swapping over to things like that Killjoy, with just heavily being reliant on Buzz to be that star duelist leading the charge. So we'll have to see what the experimentation looks like, because obviously, you know, in a double duelist meta, they can run what we saw from them a bit last season with having Buzz swap over to something like the Rays and Foxy stick to the Jet or vice versa.
Now, our production really wanted to take a look at Flashback in May. These are our greenest members on both rosters. I know we're working with very little right now, but what are we excited to look out for?
At least from what we've been seeing from, you know, the video with Mako just hyping up Flashback, he's just very much impressed with his aim. So I'm definitely looking forward to how well Flashback can contribute with that when he's not going to be on the entry fragging role. He's going to be playing, if I remember correctly, maybe.
Gue pakai ini ya lah. Pakai.
Proven himself in the Japanese scene, but to say with any team that has been dominant in the local scene, how can that translate into Pacific League when you're up against the team that was to beat just a year ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tall order, but I mean, if anybody on this team could do it aside from Anthem, it probably would be Man. This guy is a superstar within Japan. Like you said, he's got plenty of reps over there, but this is going to be a completely different stage. It's also been a while since we got to see them compete. Crazy Raccoon, they weren't able to become that Japanese squad that was going over to Ascension. That was Scars after they took down Jadeite to be able to get the qualification. So it's been a while since they have been in that position, been in that spotlight. There's also plenty of time to sit back and grind. So I'm curious if May is going to be coming out here full force, full form.
Now we got to talk about their play style. I mean, we have a lot more to work with, at least for the DRX side. I know with DFM, we only got a bit of what was going on at the Riot 1 games that happened, and of course, like some of the history with Crazy Raccoons, where a lot of these team members had come from. Now DRX, Will Cho brings this up all the time. He's seeing you know, stuff coming from the playbook all the time. He wants to see fresh things. But you know what? Let's hear from the coaches themselves. We're gonna hear from them really soon. And I mean, DRX, apparently has the largest coaching roster in Pacific.
I think they might be overtaken by Zeta at this point, actually. I think they have 6 coaches on their side, but DRX is also quite massive.
All right, let's go hear from the coaches themselves.
Valiant Champions Tour Pacific kickoff. You are moments away from our last match of the second day. So I'm joined with Termite and Astel from DRX and Detonation Focus Me. termi 감독님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. So coaches, like first term, you tell me about your new DRX roster. I mean, there was a change, right? 오늘 이제 DRX 감독님한테 여쭤보고 싶은 게 정말 오랜만에 600 며칠 만에 로스터 변화가 있었어요. 이거에 대해서 좀 한 말씀 해주시죠.
저희가 다른 팀에 비해 로스터 교체를 굉장히 조금 잘 안 하는 팀인데 저희가 국제 무대를 그동안 한 3년 정도 경험을 하면서 저희도 분명히 한계를 느꼈고 저희를 좋아하시는 팬분들도 똑같이 느끼셨을 거라고 저는 생각을 해요. 그래서 저희도 공격적인 변화가 좀 필요했고 그에 맞는 리빌딩이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
꼭 필요했던 시점에 다시 로스터를 바꿨다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 yes, we were known for not changing the roster for a while, but after experiencing the international games, we feel that it's time and we like hit the limit, so it was the time to change our roster. 그러면 이제 플래시백 선수가 팀 내에서 어떻게 적응을 하고 있는지에 대해서도 여쭤볼게요. So how well is Flashback adapting to the team?
플래시백 선수 같은 경우는 저희 아카데미 소속에서 콜업을 해서 이제 주전이 된 선수인데 개인적인 에임 능력이나 뭐 머리나 이런 게 굉장히 수준 높은 선수라고 생각을 해서 사실 지금 당장은 뭐 선수가 될 얼만큼 잘할지는 저도 잘 모르겠지만 시간을 두고 보면 한국에서 가장 잘하는 선수가 될 거라고 저는 확신을 하고 있습니다.
I mean, we scouted Flashback in our academy, but we don't know how well he'll be, but we are confident that he'll be the best player in Korea, and his aims are really perfect too. 네, 그럼 또 이어서 DFM 코치 아셀 코치님한테 여쭤보겠습니다. Can you tell us about your team's strengths? 우리 팀의 장점에 대해서 한번 허심탄회하게 자랑해 보시죠.
네, 뭐 저희 팀은 다들 좀 우선 커뮤니케이션적인 문제라든지는 좀 여기까지 있었는데 지금은 좀 그런 게 많이 고쳐지고 좀 또다시 새로운 멤버로 시작하게 되었는데 다 같이 좀 노력하면서 서로를 믿고 성장해 나가고 있는 것 같아가지고 그런 게 장점이잖아요.
Well, we had some weakness in our comms, but now we improved a lot, and with the new players, we had the faith back up, and now we're gonna be more powerful. 네, 그러면 또 그 감독님께 또 여쭤볼 게 있습니다. 또 이쪽 DFM 선수 측에서 좀 경계하는 선수가 있을까요?
뭐 DFM에서 또 뭐 많은 선수들이 굉장히 다 잘하지만 저는 개인적으로 메이 선수에 대한 좀 기대가 있어서요. 상대 팀이지만 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줄 거라고 오늘 기대하고 있습니다. 네.
Well, I asked Termi about who are you keeping an eye on DFM, and he told me it was May, and he is really expecting this place. 그러면 또 감독님한테도 여쭤볼게요. 이제 DRX 쪽에는 어떤 선수를 좀 지켜보고 계신가요? Who are you looking after at DRX?
DRX는 좀 모두가 좀 경계되는 대상이긴 한데 그 중에서도 좀 마코 선수가 역시 좀 되게 듬직하게 우직하게 잘 해주는 연막 선수라고 생각해서 되게 좀 경계되는 것 같아요.
Well, I could say every player I'm looking at, but especially for Mako, he's good at smokes, so I'm looking at him as one of the best players. 그러면 마지막으로 서로에 대해서 한마디로 하는 걸로 끝내보겠습니다. So lastly, I'll hear what you want to say to each other's team. For Sermi?
일단 이번에 뭐 리빌딩 하셨지만 굉장히 뭐 저도 개인적으로 DFM 팀을 좋아하기 때문에 이번 퍼시픽 킥오프랑 앞으로 있을 대회에서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줬으면 좋겠고요. 오늘 좀 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
네. I mean, I personally like DFM, so I expect a really good match today, and for the other matches too. 그러면 이제 감독님께서도 DRX에 대해 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 저희가 좀 도전자 같은 느낌이 있다고는 생각하는데 DRX는 항상 세계 대회에서도 좋은 성적 내고 있는 팀인 만큼 좀 무서운 부분도 있긴 하지만 그래도 오늘 좀 많이 배우기도 하고 그리고 저희도 좀 많이 준비했으니까 이길 수 있다는 마음가짐으로 열심히 하겠습니다.
There are some fears, but we are confident that we can like win through the game and do the best we can do. 네, 그러면 오늘 인터뷰 해주신 감독님 두 분 너무 감사합니다. 꼭 좋은 결과 얻으시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Coach Hermie and Asel, and I take it back to the desk.
Thank you, Kyungmin and coaches Termi and Estelle. Now, we got to talk about DRX and the reason why they changed their roster after over 600 days. The reason is because there was this giant brick wall that DRX did not let anyone in the region pass because they were unstoppable. And like, you know why change it? If it ain't broke. But at some point, it did, you know, cracks started to form. PaperX finally took them down after years of wanting to get that win from DRX. What are we looking like? What was weakening? What were those chinks in the armor for DRX?
I don't think it was chinks in the armor, rather than just the whole landscape changing around them and them not adjusting to it. You know how we talked about how W Gaming was the sort of golden standard once PaperX was able to perfect that. DRX still stayed the same way, where they try to go for those set plays, play a lot more passive, not try to let's say upstart or be able to just outduel the players of PaperX, and everyone else just kind of follows suit. And you saw that there was that form of exhaustion or just lack of motivation to follow through that I felt like DRX really suffered from that.
I think that there was a multitude of reasons. You're touching on a couple of them, but one of the big ones, especially around Masters Tokyo, there was burnout. You know, that was,
yeah.
We can see that from the players. They've talked about it. I mean, it can happen when you're constantly playing, constantly practicing. I mean, look at EDG on the back end of, you know, last season as well, just always playing games. That was pretty much DRX. There was a ton of burnout for them, but one of the other things we saw was, as you were kind of talking about, was the gameplay just fall off for them. We didn't see them innovating. That's what made them famous when they were Vision Strikers and then became DRX. They were this squad that everybody looked to, that everybody was naming strategies after, because they were constantly coming up with new set plays, new ways to get on top of your opponents and catch them off guard. And we stopped seeing that innovation for a period of time. Every now and then something else would come out, but we stopped seeing them coming up with new things, even as new agents and new maps were added into this game. They were kind of just following along a trend. Still doing, you know, okay, doing well, maintaining their position at the top, but they weren't doing anything to surprise and to really just inspire this, you know, this feeling of awe in their creativity. So that was completely gone. And then we also saw a trend into more aggressive play styles coming through. PaperX very much piloting and leading the charge on that alongside EG last season. So DRX, we saw them finally being willing to do a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive over champions, but it still wasn't clean. It didn't have that polish on it that you expect from this team.
And it probably is because of the fact that they didn't want to commit to it as well, right? The reason why they actually got Foxy9 and the first match that he did was he was on a duelist, and he was just so aggressive that it didn't look like that was the DRX playstyle that we were so used to, right?
Yeah, in fact, we often commented about this last year during the Pacific season, that it looked like Foxy9 was being reined in sometimes, and they just wanted things to stick by the book. And like you said, there was a reason for a bit, because even PaperX, they've often credited DRX for their plays and just innovating. And maybe this change is what DRX needs, a new young player to help shake things up and like re-inspire them back to their original form.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to use a leash, you need to trust that the dog's not going to go chasing the mailman down the street.
Also
so
true.
For Foxy9, there were certainly times where it's like DRX were being way too restricted, but also times where he was very much overextending and he was getting way too confident and it just wasn't putting up the numbers to really back up that style of play. So I think with some more time, we're hoping to see that they maybe have perfected that, if he's going to be playing something that can lurk around a little bit more like that Killjoy and whatnot. So we'll have to just wait and see if they've done it. But I mean, what can I say about the predictions? I mean, come on.
I mean,
they're predictions for a reason.
Look, can you blame us, guys? The DFM's track record, and now with a completely new team, it's a complete unknown. Whereas DRX, I mean, even if they weren't shining at their best last year, they're still DRX, and they have an amazing reputation over here in Korea. But we've been proven wrong. We got proven wrong just now in the last match.
Yeah, I know. I said this. I'm going to say it again, even though it bit me in the ass. There is
You're
such a
promoting
solid jumping off
DRX.
point here for DRX. That core that is still there in Stacks, Mako, and Buzz is absolutely phenomenal. Flashback has gotten some rounds in during the offseason alongside Foxy 9. They've gotten more accustomed to these roles that they are very likely going to be using here in this matchup. And we just don't know enough about DFM to be able to back them on this one. We'll see if this bites me in the rear once more. And if it does, then wow, it's the upset of the century.
Yes, it absolutely would be this particular matchup. Yes, I mean, we're usually happy to be proven wrong because if there's an upset, that means that team, like Talon just now, have been playing beautiful Valorant, and we love beautiful Valorant. We like beautiful things here. Don't you like beautiful things?
Of course. We're all beautiful here, so you know, I'm pretty much liking that.
That's just a prerequisite. Have beautiful analysts.
Yeah, exactly.
So how are you feeling? Why do you have anything to add on about DRX besides the obvious of historic data that we have?
I'm just looking at it from the point that I don't think DRX are looking to completely change themselves, rather just find that next level for them, right? They have brought in Flashback because they want the extra backline, so it means that they're not really fully committing into Foxy 9 being that gung-ho player in the front. They're kind of trying to find that good balance in between and then just inject the same DRX that we know. So that means that they're just trying to reach that next level from what we've been seeing from the changes that they have done. And again, bringing themselves back into that 5-man roster makes it much easier for them to just, oh, we made a mistake in this game, we just have to deal with these 5 players, not the 6 anymore, and then all of the maps that they're going to be playing, they're just going to have these static 5 to use and utilize.
Now, DFM, we don't have that much data on them right now as they currently are, but I'm pretty sure they have enough of their own data to look at how Pacific and how the teams have been playing out last year and so far, and you can tell it's a very aggressive region. DRX is going to have to evolve. DFM is going to need to keep up with the tempo over here in Pacific.
I know, they absolutely are, and I mean, that's not something that is necessarily seen all the time when it comes down to Japanese Valorant, so it's a lot more slow, methodical pacing coming through, kind of like we typically would see from DRX. So maybe we just end up with a bit of a chess game here between the two teams. But yeah, I mean, if DRX is going to up that aggression, things like Tiles Crunch on a set that they completely created that everybody has to copy now, if they're going to be hitting DFM with things like that, then DFM needs to be ready to respond, and they need to have some other things up their sleeve. I'm curious if as far as how this map draft is also going to go, because Icebox was everybody's fear when it came down to if you're going to face against DRX for the longest time. It was a permaban for most teams, just taking that away from them because they were so damn good at it. I'm curious if that's going to be the same case for DRX now with the changes coming through.
Yes, but before we talk more about that, we did do an audience survey, so I'm going to take a break from the DRX talk.
Okay.
And the survey was if you could give a gun to only one person when, you're in a game, it's 12, 11, and you can only give it to one person. The options are a 40-kill Reyna on your team, some random 40-kill Reyna, or your sweetheart who's only gotten 3 kills.
So you're choosing between something and like Sage Mommy, basically.
Yeah, but you don't know something personally. It's like some random. But yeah,
but I'm saying it's basically what this is.
Is it? I don't know. Is it your Sage Mommy that you don't know, or is it your personal Sage Mommy?
I think it's saying your personal one versus a rando. I'd give
what
it to
would you do?
Give it to the rando.
Yeah.
Would your wife be okay with
We all
that?
have partners,
Okay.
but I think they would agree that if they were playing with us, we want to win the game. We don't want to lose the game and then,
I'm sorry, honey. We need our points. We need to get you out of silver or whatever rank you're in. You got 3 kills. It's probably iron.
Get good, then you get that Vandal.
We
That's
give it to
how
the
the
Reyna.
rules go.
Just sit there, just heal when it's off cooldown, put up a wall every now and then, everything will be fine.
That's so presumptuous. Maybe your sweetheart is a jet.
It's
you know?
75%. I mean,
my wife wouldn't even have 3 kills. Like she's sitting there getting completely farmed because she doesn't play video games at all. So
She's just
I would
feeding them the whole time.
absolutely have to give it to the Reyna.
Wow. What? Okay. I mean,
She's not watching this. It's fine.
mine is, but like she understands.
it's her birthday, by the way.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. He's not going to give you the Vandal.
But that means you'll get something else for your birthday. That's even better. So
Eureka!
you don't get a Vandal, but hey, you know, a very expensive gift perhaps.
But sorry, this is only assuming if she's at 3 kills. Maybe she is the 40-kill Reyna. We don't
never know.
that. You actually don't know that. This is a good debate. Those of you at home, go ask your sweetheart. Would they be mad? They get the gun? In fact, they'd probably be a bit pressured if you gave them the gun. So yeah. Anyway, that was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that. You could like type your stuff in the chat, and I don't know. I hope relationships have not been broken up. The Valo dating scene's quite interesting. Now, going back to DRX and DFM, we had to do that little momentary break. We were talking a bit about the tempo of Japanese teams. Let's recap a little bit what happened with Zeta Division. They completely switched that up.
Yeah, a bit. They did today, but I mean, I'm curious if this core coming in here for DFM, if it is going to be a bit more like the Zeta Division of the past. If we're going to be getting that 2023, 2022 Zeta Division where it's like, okay, let's really take our time. Let's look for information. Okay, we haven't found anything. We haven't gotten ourselves up to a site. There's 25 seconds remaining on the clock. B's the closest one. Let's go there. You know, is it going to be a bit like that where they're really running that clock down, not giving themselves enough time to have quick reactions and, you know, adaptations as they get themselves into the site? Or is this actually going to be them coming out with a completely different play style? Are they going to try to just, you know, really just come out here and, as you know, Paper Thin loves to say, just punch DRX in the mouth, catch them off guard, and then just get the spike down? I'm not really sure what their game plan is, but I mean, obviously they have to have something here for us. Hearing the coach there at the end of the interview, he said, you know, of course we have some concerns. We have a little bit of things that we're scared about, but we're confident.
All right, well, we're going to discuss this more after this break, guys, so don't go away unless you're getting a little bit of snack, because it's about snack time, dinner time right now, so we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
작년 시즌으로 이제 되돌아왔을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는.
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면은 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사를 생각해봤을 때 너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 믿고 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는 모든 경기를 출전하지 못하고 중요한 세계대회라든가 아니면 결승전에서 좀 많이 빠지고 했어가지고 굉장히 많은 아쉬움이 있고 이번 연도는 이제 고정으로 뛸 것 같으니까 꼭 우승을 위해 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에 주목받을 선수는 저희 팀에 있을 것 같아요. 이제 이전과는 좀 다른 필이 좀 오는 것 같아요. 진짜로 큰 것 같다. 플래시백 선수.
퍼시픽 리그 05년생 원탑 먹을 플래시백입니다. 제가 또 총은 좀 기깔나게 쏘거든요. 퍼시픽에서 한 번도 보지 못했던 선수가 저는 플래시백 선수라고 생각을 하거든요.
저만 보기엔 좀 아까운 그런 포텐셜들이 진짜 있는 거예요. 내가 얘 샷이었으면 진작에 챔스 우승했겠는데 약간 이런 생각을 하게 되더라고요.
기존 DRX보다 훨씬 좀 공격적이고 교전 위주로 풀어나가려는 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다. 저희가 이제 노련비도 있고 경험도 좀 있다 보니까 똥싸이 같은 걸 조금 해주면서 이제 정색에 맞는 플레이만 해도 든든한 받침목이 되지 않을까라는 생각이 좀 큰 것 같습니다.
สวัสดีครับ I'm back ครับ
전체 같은 팀들을 보면 항상 이제 막내 라인 쪽에서 되게 잘해가지고 강력한 막내 라인 2명이 들어오기도 했고 받아야죠. 그 느낌을.
저랑 이제 플래시백이 이번에 합류하면서 연습을 많이 하고 있는데 그 연습을 하는 과정에서 형들은 솔직히
still
많이
high.
힘들어갈 것 같고 하지만 이 연습을 해서 플래시백과 저가 이 산을 넘는다면은 전과도 이제 비교가 될 수도 없는 강함을 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이제는 재성이도 막내 포지션 벗어나기 때문에 조금 더 플래시백 선수를 많이 신경 주기도 하고 저희만 잘한다면 진짜 어려울 거 없이 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같다라고 생각하고 있어요. 경기되는 팀은 뭐 항상 말씀드리는 거지만 한국 팀 두 팀이 제일 경기가
cara besaran
싹을 잘라버려요. 야, 발로란트는 경기가 없어질 때까지 아무것도 하지 마라.
되게 화려했잖아요. 이 팀 103연승이라는 기록도 세웠었고 자신감 차 있다가 막상 국제대회 나갔더니 5, 6등 1등만 했었는데 왜 중위권이냐 열정 있게 게임을 하게 되는 계기를 가지고 이제 22년도 챔스 3등 했었죠. 저희가 그렇게 열심히 했는데 이제 3등밖에 못했다. 이제 좀 흔들리는 시기 잘한다 이런 느낌도 없었고 스트레스 받는 슬럼프였다고 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
퍼시픽에서도 무너지고 세계대회에서도 조금 힘없이 무너지는 모습들을 보여줬지만 이번 24 시즌에 우승해버린다면 그거만큼 진짜 완벽한 다큐멘터리 감동 영화 스토리가 없을 것 같아요. 저는.
Ooh, there will be no Nice, nice.
맞습니다.
Boyhood.
주인공은 저일 수밖에 없는 게 지난 2년 동안 주전을 못 팀으로써 한이 좀 많이 맺혀 있어가지고 주인공이 되지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
역사에도 약간
Ini bocil kematian.
다가 쭉 상승세도 타고 제가 약간 그 터닝 포인트가 되고 싶습니다.
그 누구한테도 데스를 하지 않고 총을 쏘기만 하면 헤드샷이고 반응 속도도 아무도 못 따라올 핵같은 존재가 되고 싶어요.
모든 비판과 역경과 이런 거를 안고 가면서도 절대 무너지지 않고 앞으로 나아가서 우승을 한 후에 비난과 모든 역경들이 이제 산사로 돌아오는 그런 스토리가 있으면 좋을 것 같아요. 솔직히 뭐 아니면 도라고 생각하지만 저희는 성공할 확률이 좀 더 높은 도박이라고 생각하거든요. 그래가지고 이제는 우리의 시간이다라는 그런 타이틀을 갖고 말할 수 있을 것 같아요. 이제 우리의 시간입니다.
Nggak boleh mulai ah. Coba dulu ah.
안녕하세요. 카메라 보고 인사해. 안녕하세요. 젠지 메테오입니다.
Pam 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 pam.
Makeup and you hair.
I do it on the fly most of the time, so I don't really have like something in mind. But like if
something is trending, I'll try to do it. 제 세련이 많아요? 지금 저기 있어요. Perfect night. Full version on stage.
촬영할 때는 그냥 그 제스처나 이런 거 서로 이런 게 좀 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요.
맞아요. 오디오 안 들어가죠?
오디오 안 들어가요.
자, 레디, 액션!
T1, our time is now.
오케이, 컷! 네, 원래 에너지가 많은 친구들. 진지한 애들이 많다 보니까 저희 팀에는 또 이제 분위기 전환을 주는 그런 선수인 것 같습니다.
Last year, it's just a whole new roster. He was the substitute, and now he's the main five. So a lot of change. You know, it's a whole different game for us. Yeah, overall new thing.
I think the chemistry is going well because he fits along with the team dynamic and is able to fit in very well. And he's really good player.
퍼시픽에서 뛰게 되는 건 처음인데 사실 첫 퍼시픽 전체가 한국 팀이 아니라 외국 팀이라서 더 기대되는 것도
As an individual, yeah, I think a really good player, and that's why I think it really fits on our team.
So good. 레디, 큐! 조금 더 놀라게 액션을 좀 취할 수 있을까요? 자, 레디, 큐! 큐! Okay, thank you.
I don't mind content usually, but today was like really cold because they like have us in the jerseys only. These are very thin. I don't mind content. I think it's fun, but it's kind of cold today.
제가 예전에 있던 팀이 T1이었는데 T1에서는 형들이랑 많이 게임을 했었는데 이젠 여기선 제가 형이거든요. 제가 어떻게 보면 좀 챙겨주는 그런 롤이 되어 있어서 색다르고요. 3, 2, 1, 하! 오케이, 굿.
去年もやったんですけど結構なんだろう設備とかセッティングがとてもワクワクするようなものばっかでとても楽しかったです
일본 팬분들은 저를 좀 보셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데 이번 리그 처음 하는 거니까 열심히 해보겠습니다.
Kayak Dava anjir. Dava Japanese version.
한쪽 잡아줘. 한쪽 잡아줘.
이거 뭔가?
片足で立って足の裏の映像を撮るっていうのだったんですけど、なんかある程度までやった後になんか撮り直しみたいになって、でも足の裏だったら俺じゃなくていいよなってうすうす思ってたんですけど、結局スタッフの方がじゃあラズじゃなくていいねみたいになって皆さん、2024年も頑張ります、試合見てくれたら嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
저희 팀원들이 너무 잘하기 때문에 젠지에서 아직 이룰 수 없었던 결승전의 꿈을 꼭 이뤄보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 있는 T1과 제가 없는 T1의 성적의 차이를 증명해드리도록 하겠습니다.
I'm in Korea for the first time. I'm trying to find the New Jeans members right now.
Strong thing about him is he has a good aim, and he was like the best player in 2022. So his mechanic is very good, and he has some good ideas also. So.
Are you shooting?
Hey, Carly. can keep like shaking, you know. So the cabin was like wobbly.
아니요 안 올라가요.
저희가 아니라서 참 다행인 것 같아요.
Untung gak naik ke teh anjir.
It was my dream to shoot with DRX. I don't know because last time they was the best team in Asia and that's why I guess.
다들 좀 게임 잘하게 생겼어요. 무섭네요. 시즌이 좀 기대됩니다.
I mean, I do that because they asked me to do that.
촬영을 너무 재밌게 했고 선의 경쟁하기 전에 또 이제
Bas kurusan
게임하는
anjir.
동료이자 친구들이기 때문에 또 더
Iya.
재밌게 촬영할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 서로 더 높은 곳에서 같이 만나길 응원하겠습니다. 파이팅.
We're gonna take it like one by one, like slowly, like maybe just to qualify to international event. So yeah.
Wah, breaknya lama banget loh. Pomogachin.
負けから得るものとかはたくさんあると思うんで、チームメイトとのコミュニケーションだったり戦略だったり相手への対策だったり結構勉強になって、確かに全勝したチームと比べたら得るものは少なかったかもしれないですけど、自分のためチームのためみたいな必要なことが分かった年でした。まあその新しく入った CR 組は去年とか一昨年くらいから一緒のチームでやってて、その部分で言うとまあ連携力とかそういうものが結構期待されてて今のメンバーになったって感じですね。
Thank you world. I'm JP No.1 ソーバープレイヤー。まあエージェントで言うとソーバー、ペイド、スカイとかメインイニシエーター系をやりつつも、まあ、サブ IGL するかしないかみたいな。
まあ元気があって結構明るい性格なんで、
みんなのコミュニケーションをうまく取ってくれるようなプレイヤーで助かってます。
ネッさんは師匠ですね。
普段物静かなんですけど、一緒にふざけたりとか、なんか面白い人だなって思ってます。チームメンバーの中で一番クラッチのパーセントが高い選手で、1V2 とか 1V3 になった途端に本領を発揮するような選手です。
저 메인은 일단 총을 잘 쏘고 타격대라는 게 아무래도 제일 앞에 서야 되는 포지션인데 제일 앞에 서야 됨에도 불구하고 성적이 잘 나올 때가 많아서 이 친구는 정말 타격대에 특화된 친구구나.
自分のプレーで味方が乗れるようなプレーをして、かつ、味方の士気を上げるようなコミュニケーションを取れるようにしたいなと思っています。
僕らが彼のポテンシャルをしっかり引き出せるようなサポートができたら、もう間違いなくトッププレイヤーになれると思います。
セスは前のタイトルのゲームとかからいるんですけど、経験値とか知識とかを結構みんなに共有してくれるんで、そういった部分では助かってます。
エイムも強いし、頭も1番か2番ぐらいにいいレベルで優秀なプレイヤーです。
샘 선수는 지금 저희 팀에서 IGL을 하고 있는데
피지컬도 強くて、持っているピックプールが広くて、かなり万能なプレイヤーで
믿고 갈 만한 것 같아요. 저는 원래는 일본 팀에서 플레이를 하다 온 메두사고요. 센티넬을 주로 하고 있고 럴킹을 좋아합니다.
目指すはもちろんナンバーワンなんですけど、その簡単にいくと思ってないんで、
全員が攻撃的なスタイルで試合中に対応するのが非常に難しいチームで、
他のチームと比べてメンバーも変わったし
멤버 정하는 기간도 되게 길었고 지금도 연습 시간이 되게 없는 그런 상황인데
とにかく勝たなきゃいけないことには変わりがないので、一試合一試合全力で頑張りたいなと思っています。
端的に言うと、僕たちがお互い信頼し合って一つとして戦っていけるようなチームになれば、
新しい DFM はこうなったんだぞっていうのを、見返すチャンスだと思ってるんで、自分たちの時間、
最後に笑うのは俺たちだみたいなイメージです。
To have the last laugh. Oke bang. Let's go. Let's go bang DFM. Lama banget. Why it took so long, man?
Hello VCT fans, I'm extremely excited to introduce Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes
Bye-bye,
straight to
guys.
the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to Valorant Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to Valorant Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to Valorant Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for Valorant Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff or Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사를 생각해봤을 때
너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 믿고 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는
Day 2's last match is about to start, and look here, a lot of fans surrounding me. I can feel the energy, and it's so great. And I happened to bump into one of the cutest fans here. Let's have a chat. 네, 지금 무대의 열기가 느껴지는 만큼 많은 팬분들이 함께 즐겨주고 계신데요. 그 와중에 정말 귀여운 팬분과 함께 이야기를 나눠보려고 합니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Very happy to meet you here. Can you tell me about yourself, your name, and shortly?
저는 그 신림에 살고 있는 이수정이라고 합니다.
Oh, her name is Lee Soo-jung. Okay, and I really want to ask you, which team are you here for? 어느 팀 응원하러 오신 건가요?
저는 언제나 DRX 응원하고 있습니다.
Yes. She is for DRX. And DRX, which player? 어떤 선수를 응원하러 오신 건가요?
저는 그 겨울잠에서 깨어난 짐승택 선수 꼭 보고 싶습니다.
네, 그냥 스택 선수도 아니고 짐승택 선수. Yeah, she's here for stacks definitely. And I want to ask her if she has any messages to send to the player. 그러면 스택 선수한테 한번 메시지 남겨주시면은 스택 선수에게 큰 응원이 될 것 같은데요.
이제 날도 따뜻하게 풀렸는데 겨울잠에서 깨어나셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Yes, it's become warmer. Hope you wake up from the winter sleep you've been taking. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you for the interview. And now, not even in the venue, I heard there's some noise outside somewhere. Let's have a look at the viewing party. Yes, and not even here in the venue. Oh, let's say hi to DRX fans. DRX viewing party happening in Seoul, South Korea. Make some noise. DRX, we have another fan waiting. DFA, Tokyo, Japan. Hello, everyone. Maybe they can't hear my voice. Yes, but I can truly feel their energy even from here. And so many fans are enjoying today's matches. So now, shall we go to meet the players? Let's go.
Leading the charge to reclaim the throne, it is DRX. And looking to make the greatest comeback, it is Detonation Focus Me.
맵밴 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 먼저 맵밴 우선권을
Now we're
선택하기
going
위해서
into
포인터
our
진행하도록
map picks with
하겠습니다.
DRX versus DFM. Is
숫자가
DRX
나와서
going to reign
DRX가
supreme?
먼저 맵밴 우선권을
That's,
DFM going to have the greatest upset of all Pacific.
That is the question, and we'll have to see what the maps look like to maybe get a better idea of what the story is going to be going into this one. Obviously, Termi and Glow here set up, ready to do the draft alongside DFM. We got Anthem out here as well. We'll have to see the players alongside the coaching staff, help give their input and everything like that. I'm curious what DFM wants to do. I mean, as I mentioned, that icebox, something that they probably are going to be a bit concerned about, and it will be taken away. I mean, this, even with the changes coming through, DRX will feel just so innately comfortable on that. I don't blame them at all for banning it.
They could actually even bring out the Breeze pretty early, because I was about to just say that DRX, if you look at all of the maps that they've played, whether it's in rotation, out of rotation, they always have such a positive win rate on it. So if you're on DFM's seat, what do you try to prioritize? Is it to just get away the best maps of DRX, or is it to bring in the maps that you're very much known for when you were Crazy Raccoon?
But this is not one of them. They have never played Lotus. This is not a map that they have that much experience. So, I mean, obviously Anthem, he has had plenty of performances on this map throughout just the last season on DFM, and even did have an ace on this very map. But this is a very bold choice. I mean, DRX, they certainly had their issues with this map during VCT Pacific. We saw them suffering, and when they finally did come out, you think back to the playoffs, it was pretty catastrophic, but they absolutely got things together on that map as they went into Champions, because, I mean, that's where they had the 2-10 comeback versus Billy Billy. DRX, though, going back to similar old comfort, actually, here, though, given that Icebox is banned, Haven's out of the pool, they're going to go to Breeze now that's opened up again.
It does feel like this is just the lesser of two evils.
The split ban, I mean, it makes sense. That would be another big comfort. I mean, there's very few maps that aren't comfortable, honestly, for the side of TRX. As you said, the statistics that just always look very good for them. And really trying to pin down what is going to be the biggest weakness to try to exploit can be difficult, but it feels like, aside from the Lotus pick, they've done a pretty good job, but Lotus has me a bit concerned, honestly, for DFM.
I mean, that leaves Spine to the decider. How are you guys feeling about 3-mapper to end the day?
I don't know that I'm feeling it. Unless DFM truly does have something completely game-changing and unexpected here on the side of Lotus, I feel like DRX are walking away from this draft in a really positive position, because Bind as well, I mean, you think about how strong they are on that map, they're dismantling a Fnatic. That is a map that, these are all 3 maps that they are incredibly well-versed on. So DFM, I'm hoping that they have something up their sleeve that they can surprise us with. That Chamber certainly is something that could come into play here as we get ready to shift over to Lotus. Maybe they're going to take a leaf out of, Excurrent's book here and try to pilot that to success. But either way, even if they do that, it has to have a high impact.
Yeah, I mean, for you, Asterai, like we're talking, Agent Comps are ready to go.
Ooh, Fade.
It's just going to be damn near mirrored. I mean, Anthem is going to be going for the sky here, and Stack's going back over to the Fade, something that he has played a multitude of times. But yeah, this isn't anything shocking at all. This is pretty much just stock standard.
The thing is, we've seen this on, at least these type of maps, that you need to have a good support system when you're on that duelist role. It doesn't really have any form of escape. Raze, you have a satchel, but it's not as clear-cut as, like, let's say a Dismiss or a Tailwind to get out of harm's way. So DFM really has to solidify Mei, because that's the one player that DRX pointed out when the coaches were talking about that they really wanted, or were very much aware of. So yeah, support system for Mei.
And something else to note here is it's going to be Foxy9 who's going to be running that Viper. It is not Flashback.
Good point. Let's jump straight into the game. We're really excited for this first map, Lotus. Over to you, casters.
Our last match of the day. Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Asterai, and Achilles. They are absolutely right. There are some interesting roles being played for DRX right now.
Yeah, the Foxy9 on Viper is a little surprising, but I guess someone had to really be that trustworthy anchor and potential lurk on that Killjoy. So Flashback being given the position for that Sentinel. Now on the side of DFM, I mean, again, yes, very new roster, et cetera, but Anthem, I mean, he's had some good calls on this map before, even despite the results not necessarily pointing that way last year in Pacific. So I'm curious to see the big difference, the only difference, the Sky versus the Fade. Flashes versus none on the other side, but of course, not as much freedom to get info right off the bat in the early part of the round for DFM.
At the very least, they're gonna think about just committing into the B site. Already diving in is gonna be May with that frenzy, but look at the movement from Stax. Although it is a new DRX, Stax is still here and still has that movement, still has that ability to trickle backwards. 2 kills, and then Flashback comes in, although Cess is able to find a bit of a double.
Yeah, also interesting to me that Cess is playing that Omen, still going for the double controller. I mean, he's bounced around several different agents in, you know, the small pool of matches he has played, but generally seeming to lean more towards that initiator. We'll see what they have planned, but for now, Medusa, you gotta win so many duels in a row.
Yeah, not gonna happen today. I mean, it's not easy at the very least, and especially not up against a Sheriff, but still, this is just DFM, and we can see that the entire game plan in that pistol, although it is just a pistol, they just dove right into the site.
Yeah, now, picking this Lotus against DRX, I mean, DRX likes to play pretty default heavy on any map, so I'm not too surprised by it. I mean, we saw how their Haven eventually got dismantled as well, especially, yeah, you love to see the energy from Stax, but especially as if you're on the attacking side, just really force the issue on one part of the map, make sure that you're winning by numbers. So I get the idea. The pistol they chose B wasn't quite the one. It's also a hard one to kind of keep hold of in the post plan with those pistols unless you get that first kill.
That's exactly why. I mean, I'm kind of like wondering what the game plan is for DFM, and although it is just a pistol, and it is a DRX that goes default heavy, committing without much information is, I'm not sure if that's how they want to start things out, but at least right now, with nothing but classics, they will be able to look towards gaining as much information as they can. So both Nanostorms popped off. They know there is a bit of a Killjoy setup.
Yeah, there's not much to talk about in a round like this, especially when they go for the full save, but the fact that, first of all, obviously still trying to take advantage of the map itself, going for that easy ult orb on Mound, and then checking for the setup on B. They note that the Nanoswarms are there. I mean, they're doing what they can, and to me, the biggest thing is similar to Gen G, I've heard rumblings that this DFM squad is looking fantastic in scrims, so once they're able to pick up rifles, we'll see how that goes, because this round, not much to do.
Oh yeah, more for Foxy9 with that Bulldog on the other hand. Stax as well, and a simple cleanup for Flashback. The crowd loves this.
I mean, the Korean crowd, they've been waiting to be able to kind of cheer enthusiastically for DRX with a new roster. I mean, it used to be, you kind of knew that they were going to win, right? The excitement wasn't quite there. But then once the excitement did arrive, it didn't last long before they were dethroned. And then the representatives of Pacific, the hope of Pacific, became Paper Rex instantly on a dime. And DRX struggling to kind of find that magic that they once had. And the players, the coaching staff, some of the fans, some of, you know, potential scrim partners are all saying Flashback might be that guy that brings that extra touch to the Korean squad.
We shall see, especially in the next coming days, if he's exactly what they needed. But here it is right now, starting things off. Foxy9 still a rather proven talent, still has that aim. Just wondering if we can trust our dogs or puppies to really go amok and just run wild and free and really do what they're best at. Meanwhile, apart from that right now, it's just still back to that default, juggling for info. Buzz trying to play around it. However, Blinded did not see May on the other side. May comes in and eliminates both Mako and Buzz.
Yeah, the flash was so good, but you got to remember this box is here. The potential.
Did you see?
There's more members. I think that angle is just tough to spot. Don't think it would have even shown up on the minimap either. So they're going to make it in safely. Still some damage potentially done.
Oh,
shows the elbow right through the box.
What a shot from Stax. Now Prowler in just to see if anyone's nearby, so he's going to be able to re-peek the angle. Foxy9 coming up around the door, up around tree now with another shot, despite just using nothing but a Bulldog. Turns things into a one-on-one for Stax. Haunt out, and he knows exactly where Cess is at this point. Goes in. It's pretty much a heads-up duel at this point, too. As he speaks out, though, the Vandal with full auto simply bursts Stax down. A little bit more easy for DFM to pick that up.
Yeah, a rough round. I mean, to be very honest, for DFM, of course, he dropped so many weapons, but in that last 1v1, Cess plays that very well, right? Puts up the smoke, shoots out the Honda, and immediately he positions just right around the cusp of that smoke. So hard for Stax to get the first peek. Good crafty 1v1 from Cess. A great showing in this first match for him and the rest of the squad in VCT Pacific.
Just trying to keep things up, trying to keep things alive. 2-1 is a pretty good start. We shall see how they can continue forward. So far, Cess has been that person up around DFM, but of course we're watching up some of these other players as well. How do they support and set up May, who is now committing this showstopper? Spots out the head, able to get the splash damage kill on towards Foxy9. So that might just open up the site, but right around the corners, you've got Stacks, you've got Flashback.
Oh, that boom bot. I thought it wasn't going to spot him, and that would have been dangerous. But Buzz gets one kill to open things up, even things out 4-4.
Wow, what a way to shoot through the smokes. Cess on the other hand, though, playing off the off angle. Buzz now with the showstopper, gets himself alive to go up onto the platform. Stays alive, and that's the most important thing. Pink Shell's committed as well. Gives a little bit more space for Stacks and Mako to come back in.
A couple crispy shots on the side of DFM, so honestly, already, I think there's a lot more hope for this squad. They could be competitive. However, Buzz just comes in firing. Foxy9, I mean, curious to see what the comms were, if we'll ever find out, because ultimates were coming online for DFM. Tried to stay in the site, drag things out just a bit longer. Got taken out by the showstopper, but just a good peek out by Buzz. And the fact that he's just able to stay alive long enough brings Mako into the site.
Still can rely on these two to definitely clean things up. But other than that, the showstoppers into this map, definitely a bit of a game changer. And it helps DRX on the retake in the long run. Off to the next round now. DFM economy not so great, just a bit of a judge. I don't know how much that can really do though, unless you're able to find that pick. And given the positioning from DRX right now, it's not going to be the easiest task. Right into the nanoswarms, and Stack still hovering around the corners. Look at how quick the response is, Will. Oh my goodness.
I have bought enough time for the backup to arrive over from A-Link. Sure, you die, but you deny the plant, and they had already pushed them out of Link, so that was still technically DRX's control, and Mako, the awareness to get one more kill.
Neth, though, not too shabby, but how long can you hold this? He wants to retrieve the rifle. At this point, not really the wisest choice, but wow, okay, it's just a wide swing. Buzz not quite able to drag his mouse down along with that player model. And with that, all right, rifle retrieved. I've done my job. I'm going to hold on to this for the next round.
Oh, but the call comes out for DRX. They're watching both flanks. Flashback well aware. So even if the spike does get picked up, I mean, they can always swing back together. Foxy9 trying to check both angles around him. That allows Flashback just to wait for that crosshair. Gets the headshot.
Thought he was going to save, but he went back into it, and that's going to be Flashback holding the angle. So 4-1 right now. DRX still very much so in the lead. I mean, not too bad of a round for DFM, would you say? I mean, they just went for it with the judge and, you know, pistols.
I mean, it's 2024. I don't know if we can keep giving these, you know, very, very small pieces of cake on these rounds. Listen, it wasn't, I mean, it was never meant to be a good round. That's my point, right? So, I mean, counting your stars a little bit, I'm not sure how far that's going to go, because here's the thing, because they bought up to the judge, it's still half armor for May as well.
Wow. Yeah, that definitely could be something that bites him in the back, but so far, just got to see some more cleaner executes or ideas from DFM, because right now, although they have, you know, bits of fame, bits of shooting, bits of ideas as well, DRX are still very much controlling the map, the map all around. I mean, look what's happening up around Rubble, especially up around B as well.
They need to win this fight one more time, and in a very explosive manner, because if they are not able to put pressure on either side of the map, this is such an easy defense for DRX, and it's a 3-site map.
Oh, yeah. Good flash again, though, but here comes Buzz. Oh, the spray down. 3 hits, 3 bodies down. May answers back with a double of his own, but is that going to be enough, though? He's down to 22. 1 bullet is all it takes. Foxy claims his head, and that's going to be down to Neth.
Oh, and they know that he hasn't come through. They're all around him.
Just got you completely surrounded. It's going to be gloomy clouds for DFM for now, while they try to look for a different idea to break apart this map, because DRX are still just having a good day. Flashback is just chilling on C.
I mean, that's his job, though, and this is the faith that they have in this guy, right? Is that if they do choose to go C, if they do choose to pressure early, we have faith that you will either anchor and get the kills, or you will smartly back out and get ready for the retake. That allows, I mean, also perhaps the very, very strong duo that has been really showing that hard carry potential for DRX, even on the international stages. Buzz and Mako to fight for Rubble control. That is not a duo I would ever want to have to combat, to break through on a part of the map. So DFM,
Hello, I'm back.
they've got their work cut out for them.
Expected.
I mean, if you're not going to fight for it early, which, to be fair, I actually do think the fade gives DRX a bit of an edge in the very start of the round, right? Because there's always that potential of the C's paint shells, and then they're already going to be set up on the cross angles. But some other timing here from DFM, rather than waiting and showing yourselves on other parts of the map. It's either that or a real fast push into C. One or the other needs to happen, but C, it's always going to be potentially the Poison Cloud, potential Nano Swarms, a turret. So I think this Rubble fight, you just have to do it at some point, right? Whether you eventually go into the A site or not, it needs to happen.
We've seen little glimpses before with how they actually managed to break into C, or at least attempted it. They managed to get the spike down for one round. Meanwhile, for A site, you know, they had that round with a great flash from Anthem, setting up Mei for a couple of kills, especially up against Buzz too. Just that didn't quite happen the second time, because of course Buzz is going to reposition. But as we talk about C, here it comes. Despite this being a bit of an eco round, the Viper's Pit is committed.
I like this from DRX. They used to not do this, right? Okay, you see the shots come in, goes for the spray through the smoke, but I mean, they used to be like, it's an eco, just hold, and sometimes they would get thrifted quite often, especially when they go global. So just saying, lock it down, right? And then put the threat of the potential Killjoy support as well. Keep that lead up. You have so many other ultimates for retakes.
So, like, masterclass of map control. You can literally draw a line, like the percentage of how much of the map DFM has control. It's like not even 50. It's not even 40%. I would say less.
I mean, it's not even 30.
It's not even 30.
If you really think about it, because I mean, let's take away the spawns because you start there.
Sure.
You're not getting behind the barriers right now.
You got maybe pillars, not even. Yeah, just right around mounds. That's about it. Anthem up around Rubble.
They're going for this with the Omen ultimate.
All right, we walk through. Foxy up around the corners, instantly spotting out the player outlines. Ooh, what a flick. Cess, though, being able to play off of that contact, gets a shot. Anthem with the flicks, a bit of a double, but Stacks brings things back.
That fan in the crowd said they wanted B-Stacks to wake up from hibernation. It's been some time, but so far, looking good, looking crispy here as the IGL leader for DRX.
Stacks has claws and knives to boot, but still not too bad with those sheriff shots. Again, it's still not the round win, but so far 6-1. Again, we're talking about that map control, and you mentioned needing to see DFM commit to a site. Maybe now with the full buy, maybe now with the Seekers, they might be able to pull something off. Maybe 1 point away from ult as well.
Yeah, DFM's idea this whole time is shake up the setups on C and B, try to apply pressure and then go to A, and now GRX, what a round to start pushing out. This momentum change, doesn't matter if they're C, because the wide swing is clean from Buzz.
This is new DRX. Not just the white swing, you got 2 more players aiding him. Oh, but then Mako suddenly eliminated.
Yeah, not quite ready for some extra trades. I don't mind the extra pressure put on from DRX, that's just a good fire back from DFM. But the point is, they still have no control of Rubble.
Yeah, can't quite push out. You've got the toxic screen up towards C, but it's not doing all that much.
Yeah, but they do know now that it should be weaker on the A site, right? Anthem had activated those Seekers,
you got Buzz.
Trying to claw their way back in. 45 seconds on the clock. Still options to rotate out as well. I do like this. From here on out, it's still plenty of time to rotate. You know that they should be spread thin on GRX.
If they can take down Foxy 9, that would be it.
30
That's what
seconds
Anthem's calling for. But wow, committing on that Nightfall, and it's so much information for Stacks. Showstopper doesn't quite connect, although there's a good bit of damage. Seth
Nggak
goes down,
pecah tuh.
Anthem trades it back up. You got 15 seconds left to secure the spike plant. Can they make it happen? Finally picking it up now. And we're gonna go for it in the corner.
Diri,
Anthem
sama
watching
DRX.
it back.
Buzz has Showstopper. Oh. Flashback just trying to get information, but he knows that there are members in the site.
Good shot up on that corner too.
Oh, Medusa!
Oh, no! Shut out midair. That Showstopper's gone. Stacks is the only one here, and he has to push up front. Goes in for the burst onto lockdown, and that is when Anthem strikes.
Oof. Risky but good post plant from DFM. Flashback, I was going to say, I wonder if Flashback pushes in or not, because there's two ways to play that. Either you swing out at the same time with the Showstopper, or you're trying to get that information right as he arrives. So Flashback peeks out. He secures that there's members in the corner, but they weren't aware of how many were going to be out by Mound as well. Just a great save from Medusa.
Yes.
To keep his teammates alive.
That was the main
Yeah,
thing.
denying that rocket, keeping up the lockdown as well. A little quiet in the beginning of the map, but putting his name back on the board.
Yeah, if that nuke went off, it might have been a different story, but still. Well played by Medusa nonetheless. And we go back towards the DFM, trying to blind commit in towards B off of the eco that DRX has. They managed to gun down Stacks. Nandostorm Bird's alive, and Mate just flicks back on a dime. Gets another shot.
DRX
Buzz and Mako
ini
trade
juga.
back through, though. And here comes Neth. They want to
Wait,
secure
guys.
the angles. They want to get the spike down, and all that's left is going to be Mako, who peeks out into multiple targets. TFM claims a third round against DRX.
An eco round from DRX, but uncharacteristically taking 1v1 duels just one by one. So I am curious if, I mean, the new DRX, is it a change in the tempo as well for potential timeouts, just to say, listen, like I know it was an eco, just cool things down a little bit. Because this is exactly what DFM was looking for in this round. Go in with the better firepower. And Medusa talks about it in the Emerge video. He likes him as an entry. He's going in and getting those opening frags. And so far, when he is set up, like the Death said, May will make that happen.
He's looking to make it happen again. Oh, okay, a little bit of a fake around the door.
Yeah, but DRX already has control of C Mound. They're already in the spawn. They know it's an A hit.
Good timing on that peak, too, from Stacks. However, great trades coming out from Anthem, but what is this, Buzz? Almost with the spray transfer. Neth trying to trade things back for his team. Mako wrapping up around from behind along with Flashback. They've got that Killjoy lockdown. So DFM has to be very careful. They are thinking about rotating off to the other side. But now, caught in no man's land.
Here's the thing. Neth, if he does put that pit up, he knows
Kan
the
dia tahu
lockdown's
deh
going
tadi.
to happen. So he just
Ntar
wishes
drain.
he could get one kill. It doesn't matter if it's a Killjoy omen, but at least if you make it a 1v1, you can play for a timing around those ultimates. But DRX, not one to overextend at a time like this. Mako going back. He saw the barrel, and Mako will not miss the shot.
1 pixel, that's all it takes. And this gentle guy just keeps smiling like that. In game, it's so different, but in real life, Mike, you just love the guy.
I mean, he is just a cozy teddy bear on stage.
Right?
But then in the server, I mean, cold as ice. That's the thing, right? He's not the fanciest player, but he is just tunneled in on the mission.
그래. 난 콜 때문에 말린 거라니까.
What did he say? He said something. He said no. I was in a slump because of something else.
Okay.
Because obviously not too many kills so far here.
Right. Well, maybe he's got a couple more kills coming his way now. Up around the C site, Shrouded Set placed back in. DFM trying to hold off a bit of a default, anticipating some pushes. They just don't have that information. They can't quite commit. Maybe B side again, but the setup is different from DRX this time.
DRX has been playing with the tempo quite flexibly, right? A lot of rubble pressure the early part of this map, and now a couple fast pushes, and then the default that they so love. A 2-2-1, mind you, especially because of the focus on B side from DFM.
A is not challenged anymore. Dark cover says a lot, though. Bit of a flash past it, pop through. Mako able to hold the off angle for a trade. Foxy9 coming right
Dapat.
back in, but
Oh, anjir.
traded right back out against his counterpart. Here comes Mako though. Great shots to start things off, but then May. What a quick movement up on top of the platform. He guns down Stacks. This is now a 1-on-2. Buzz has got a bit of utility. Can he make it happen though?
The way May's looking, if May is able to get the kill and DFM gets the round win, they could go all the way up to 5 as well with the showstopper.
One enemy remaining.
Not quite.
Well, he'll get the showstopper. Now it's up to Anthem.
Just trying to watch the angles.
Menang nih.
Silent movement out around. Time is still ticking. Pink Shell's committed, but Anthem stays tucked away. Boombot confirms position, but Buzz has to push in. Oh, and with the map changes, it's just all too much. He has to commit, and it's an easy strafe shot for Anthem to collect the 4th round.
In some weird way, it actually works out even better. You get the showstopper and the Seekers online. 1 through the death, 1 through the kill, and another round win. That 5th round win could come through, and at that point, it's already looking tighter than most people expected. But I would say DFM looking hopeful. And one thing I want to point out is they're actually not relying too much on Medusa having to lurk and get kills. That was one of the things that used to bite the old Crazy Raccoon in the back, is that things they wouldn't know how to go through it and be like, Medusa, go kill. If you do, we'll rotate. That's not always going to be their answers here on DFM.
Maybe just a bit more of a flank guard, but still, I mean, Anthem as the mainstay, as the calls come through, it just works so well. They've got 4 ultimates now for this round, DFM. They might just be able to end things in the first half with a 7-5, and that would be pretty good.
Of course, some big ones on DRX, so it is a mind game of how do you bait out each other first. Seekers just to break it open. DFM just wants to get into the site. They'll worry about the counter ults later.
Wow.
Oh, bentar, Tre.
There is a counter out coming out from Buzz right now, though. Both spent. Doesn't quite find all too much, but it's just, I don't know, warning shots, explosive radiuses just right around this A rubble area.
But right as we had talked about Medusa now, Medusa's in position to go for the flank if they're able to get into the site, but a judge?
Oh no.
That's not what they want to deal with.
It's out of ammo. A shorty will seal the deal, and now it's up to Stacks. Teammates rotated over as well. Flashback, quick response. But do you have the angle? That's the thing. Neff tries to hop up quick, tries to go for the Viper's pit, but the Haunt just buys his time away. Not to mention the lockdown too, and look at how they relay backwards. Foxy9 ready to pick them off. Still though, B-side has been gained.
Yeah, and Medusa already shook up the backside as well. Now the pit up, looking like a tough retake. They know they want to get some of those early kills through the pit, but DFM's just not giving the angles away.
It's not bad ult usage, but still DRX 1 point away for each of Stacks or Foxy9's ultimate. As soon as they maybe spray through and get a single one, but look at the angle. Success with the shorty.
Nice banget.
Second shot fired through. Does tag Mako up to really low. Allows for Neth to spray through, and a Stacks just decides to go over to the next round. 7-5 he tries, but that's, wow, a DFM coming up huge in this first half.
7-5 is honestly a pretty solid scoreline, especially considering that switching out the Sky for the Fade here for DRX, it was meant to take control of Rubble, especially on the defensive side. It's not going to be as easy to try to force that issue unless you're really dumping every piece of utility. And even then, I mean, this time the Sky, you can wait for those counter flashes, right, on the defensive side, and you'll get a wider radius a lot quicker as you creep up to that box. So I think DFM is going to be okay, considering a bit of a rough start that they had losing the pistol.
I'm still just a little bit taken aback, a little bit surprised. The game is evolving. We are feeling some of these changes. You saw that with the layout on C site and how they plan to spike. You saw that with the judge that Buzz was holding and how DFM is able to capitalize off of that. So off of those bits of control, or maybe some of these counter flashes that Sky has, DFM is actually able to come back into the game. As we swap sides though, I mean, what are you thinking, Will?
Well, I mean, again, I think it did take them a bit longer to get a read on, exactly DRX's setups and how they're really spreading across your utility, etc. Sure, DRX's comp was meant to do that. It was meant to win out the Rubble fight and things like that. But surely they should have an answer, because now still with the Haunt able to return on a cooldown, obviously not too many times in a round, but DRX could still go in, get info, and then set up for an execute with the Prowler and, of course, the Paranoia. So GFM, what's their answer? Surely they play a bit more aggressively here, pushing out a couple times.
I wonder if that's what that pillar's positioning is all about. But you're absolutely right. That's DRX's game plan. That's our option. Oh, we're actually okay. Toxic screens towards A.
Yeah, just crossing across each other. But DFM wanted to kind of go for a fake that they were weak on B, right? They put up the one-way onto C. They show themselves a little bit with the screen on A. And DRX did not bite. So now they're just all going to back out.
We just got Flashback watching the back with his Sheriff. The rest of them trying to set up for that position. Is this like one of these classic DRX executes?
Well, DRX senses something fishy. It's just too quiet around A. And if it is going to be left empty, they have to watch out for the back, which is Flashback not moving at all near A main.
Okay, so that's what Flashback is doing. Meanwhile, the rest of them have cleared out the entire site. DFM trying to get a read for DRX's executes, and that's why they fall back so far, but a little bit too far. Spike is down. Medusa trying to get the shot onto Buzz. Paint Shells flushes him out of position, and that's going to be the frag. A bit of a reload as Mako finds a trade on towards May. And then the shots go through even further. Here comes, Stacks though, but only for the time being. The rest of them now needing to watch that spike. Out in the open, DFM tries to play around the screens, but how long can they dance back and forth? Not before DRX comes in.
The two youngsters getting a kill each to finish off that pistol round. Both pistols going to DRX. That's one of the reasons, obviously, they stayed in the lead in the first half. And it might be just what they needed to close things out safely on Lotus. I mean, the fact that they were just so insistent on watching the flank. They just knew someone would be in. Now, they probably expected it to be Medusa, because that's usually his role, but this time it was Anthem. They will be rewarded nonetheless for the patience.
Still very much so strong fundamentals, good reads all throughout the game. But what is this from TFM? Pistol round. We're banking on this. Did Foxy9 see something?
I think he saw perhaps one of the jump peaks. Either way, though, you bought up the extra guiding light. You already used it, but no rewards there. So this could very well turn into a round where DFM's going to have to pick and choose between giving away potential kills. Now they're trying to go in on an offbeat. It looks like they're trying to get up close to C and surprise TRX.
Just a wee
hear
bit.
it. The reload.
Not too much of a surprise anymore, though, as they push through. Runs out of ammo. Neth able to secure the kill on towards Mako. Not too bad.
Not planted yet. And the door's pressuring them from behind.
Is that a lot of pressure? I feel like with the rifles, DRX still should be able to shoot them down. Yes, it's a lot of smokes. It's a lot of question marks.
Well,
they should.
Yeah, the tempo's away from them now. I mean, right as Anthem peaks there, they were hoping to get one more kill. Not able to secure it. Flashback.
Wow, that's sharp. That is crisp. Still some kills that are good enough to bring them over to the next round. Now
Flashback's looking calm on stage. I mean, he looks like he belongs here.
Not that much of a rookie.
I mean,
from the academy, but
well, no, I mean he's absolutely a rookie. The only real experience he has is the couple matches that he played during this offseason, but he looks like he was always ready to play on the main stage.
And that's what I mean. Oh, there might be a bit of an issue as we go in for a tech pause for the time being.
Don't sound so disappointed. It's a friendly face. Hopefully not too long of one here. Thank you so much, of course, for everyone who has been waiting around. I think everyone right now, all around us, obviously, lots of fans who have been waiting for the DRX opening match of VCT kickoff here in Korea. Everyone just hoping to get right back into the game. And, I mean, DFM, the unfortunate story is the bar was set very low for this team, right? Let's not beat around the bush. The bar was set very low. Obviously, very much new faces, 4 of them, all coming over from the old core Crazy Raccoon roster, only Anthem remaining as the IGL. But some things that, a couple of the fans who have been following Challengers Japan, or I would assume actually a lot of the fans in Japan as well, were, okay, well, you know, this team looked like they had some individual potential. The question was who's doing the calling? And that's calling often left something to be desired, and then Anthem's now the one calling. Off of his experience trying to lead a team in VCT Pacific 2023, he wants to come in with a motivated new roster with some very good individual talent like May, who's already shown good highlights, going in, getting double entry frags, trying to prove a point. It's not bad because you started at such a low point, but surely these players want so much more out of this match from DRX.
Am I getting the sense that, you know, are you disappointed with the performance so far from DRX, or?
I'm not saying it's disappointing, but I'm just saying that it wasn't hard to impress anybody when it comes to DFM's history. And the thing is anyone who was hyping them up saying, well, yeah, but they've got potential, I hear they're doing well in scrims, etc. All of those things pointed to them being much more explosive. Now, again, yes, Lotus and then the map, the comps, DRX came in prepared for the defensive side, the rubble fights were good. But, I mean, I think part of it was just getting the fast reads, right? And then trying to make sure that if you are messing up the setups on B and C, you go in on a timing, you kind of take that risk at some point. If you're on the attack, you need to be the one who's taking initiative. So the big question is now on defense, are they able to pressure DRX into the same mistakes?
So in terms of the strats and the calling, sometimes without information, without that additional guesswork to really push in through a site, sometimes it leaves DFM a little bit lacking, but of course, you know, we're expecting the win result from DRX. I mean, we're talking about literal champions, or, you know, ex-champions versus...
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a while since I've seen DRX lift up a trophy, so...
I mean, throughout the league last year, 2023 versus DFM's score, is this the scoreline that we're looking at? It's a 9-5. Yes, it's not the most impressive thing, but it is still a bit of an improvement. How much does it say? DFM right now with the full binds, they are going in for that hold.
Another retake setup for A for
3-1-1
DFM.
though, huh?
Yeah, they're gonna back out. I mean, you already see Neth going all the way up deep into the backside of Heaven, so they are giving this up. Even potentially B site. So because of that, they want to up the tempo, pushing out of Mound, but Flashback has now dug into B main.
And Mako holds on to his Dark Harvest just for this too, but he's kind of lost the timing a little bit. Can't quite peek out of the top Heaven for now, but look at what's happening on the mini-map.
The turret not facing them just yet, but they will have to cross that line at some point. They're hoping that he peeks out on a timer, but no need. Good faith in that turret coming out from Flashback.
Alright. Flash definitely gives it off. Flashback spots the barrel, able to get the first shot, goes in for a second, but double dipping, he gets punished. DFM now with the retake, setting up through. It's gonna be Cess, takes down Mako. Buzz now trying to hold from right underneath. Good support from Foxy, and they managed to fend them off. It's just enough utility, buying enough time. While DFM continues to try to push up. They're slowly starting to burn through the timer though. Anthem just sticking up to it. Is it enough? It looks like it. As DFM picks up the 6th win up against DRX.
A good retake from DFM. Once they realized that they would have to go through the turret, I was afraid that they would wait so long because Foxy9 was actually getting ready to lurk all the way around stairs, wrapping around to defender spawn. But once they realized, okay, we can't wait on this any longer, they just go in with the pop flash. The guiding light popping right around the corner allows them to get the first kill, and then it's just trades chain through. Sure, decent support from Foxy9. But, you know, DFM, they upped that tempo on that retake. They started on the right timing, now trying to catch up.
Sometimes feels like flashes are still just so valuable. I mean, still so effective, even with the changes to the fact that it doesn't refresh. In a combat situation like that, you know, Stack's completely blinded.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once you send it out, the value is still strong, but you just can't spam it nonstop and absolutely pressure one part of the map.
Which is why I won't really fault Anthem's agent choice too much.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, which is why I don't play Sky anymore. Because to be honest, that's why I don't play it anymore.
Never played Sky in my life.
Wow.
You know me, I'm more controller guy. Anyway, DRX still taking things slow. And DFM not really getting too much information off of it apart from the utility. So as soon as the door is broken through, it's a bit of that B pinch. Buzz trying to break in. Oh! But the shrouded step just lines up perfectly with Buzz's crosshair. Here comes the paint shells to block them off. The spike plant is secured.
That's unfortunate. I mean, says he was just a sacrifice here to a well-timed attack from DRX.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, gets hit by the paranoia, and at that point, you're just hoping that the Shadow Step lands and saves you, but Buzz waits for it and shoots right through.
And as soon as the retake comes up, I mean, you can bank on those flashes, but if they don't quite land, if DRX are playing anti-flash, yeah, just running out of time at that point, can't quite secure the kills, can't quite get a bit more space into its sights, so retake's impossible at this point. And it's just another one of these rounds with DRX getting in position, setting up for that classic sight hit.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're going to try opening this door. No, they're not, because obviously not great on the creds for DRX either. I mean, they'll be fine, obviously, especially winning the round, but not enough to greet just yet. Now DFM running out of credits to spend. They'll have to carry over these two rifles.
And that's where you start thinking about your life on the map. DRX still looking pretty decisive in some of these rounds.
Guardian, Vandal, Phantom. Classics for the rest. Okay, I mean, a Frenzy upgrade, sure, but no armor for Neth either.
Huh. Well, they are trying to hold more forward positions. Anthem jiggling up around pillars.
Yeah, this is a setup for Anthem, right? The paranoia. Ooh. Yeah, he wanted to set up kills for the Vandal, but already knowing that the Vandal is there is not what DFM wanted.
Just feels risky. At least with the utility towards Rubble, it holds off DRX for a second, long enough for me to get in the position up and on an off angle. But as soon as this curtain drops, though, Foxy9, he's got an idea of his own.
Yeah, but this one way helps. He knows it can't be an easy cross angle. So he's lined up for just the one kill. Good setup and good support from Neth. He even gets the Vandal and gets out for free. DRX just says, okay, if that's the setup, we want to rush and get the plant onto the other side of the map.
They're rushing over just as quick as Foxy9 drops. But guess what? Up around the doors, DFM presses that button, the flash comes out. They might be able to break them apart. Buzz, though, guns them down for a little bit. But it's a classic that ends his life. Suddenly, it's going to be flashback cut into 1-on-2.
Never a better time than to prove the hype was correct. Termi says with time he thinks Flashback can become the greatest player in Korea. Knows at least one coming from Waterfall.
Paranoia calls it true. Gets the first shot. A bit of a swing from Neth. Ooh! Back and forth, and it just throws Flashback off for a little bit. In for a loop. It's going to be DFM picking up that 7th win.
Yeah, Neth with a little nod to Coach Termi, saying, you're right, he does need a little bit more time. Wins out that 1v1 duel. This was good. I mean, Foxy9 just kind of had to commit to the bit there, but the one-way setup, starting it after the toxic screen. You can tell that, I mean, they're happy, but obviously it was a little bit of a nail biter, says. Bit of a nervous laughter there.
For both sides. But still, I mean, DRX in the lead right now. Economy slowly starting to run dry. A bit of a heavy investment for May on that operator.
It's going to be a fast hit. Whoa. Got the showstopper available as well.
Okay, we're not seeing anything outside B for DFM. DRX making their presence known outside the A site.
Waiting for the push out from B. DRX still leaving their options open. They've had a couple successes pinching onto B site.
Okay. Wait for the dark cover. Is that the game plan? And then just commit towards... Wow.
It's a 2v1 on main, though.
Flashback, do you have what it takes?
Wow, flashback mati.
Oh, shoulders exposed. That's all Seth needs. May now with the shot on the Buzz. Stacks, though, not refusing to back down. By his lonesome, takes down 2. the spike down now and a bit more information. He's got the C's. He's trying to keep them away.
Dapat nih retake-nya nih.
Lockdown committed. Oh, and then Foxy9 shot out from the back. It's going to be Stacks trying to bury his fangs and slash his claws, but still Neth just makes them blunt for the time being. Mako,
oh, the timing! And you know what the worst part is this has happened to Mako before! Oh my goodness! The thing is,
feels bad, man.
He had to go in like on a split second that the lockdown ends.
True.
Yeah, you just gotta laugh
Aduh,
it
Mako
off. What
kena
can you
mental.
do?
He's smiling at that one, and you know, it's...
Well, I think Stacks was kind of laughing into their comms just to loosen things up.
Yes.
I mean, it happens, because otherwise you're giving away the half so much for free. It's still a 2v1.
And you never want to play that flame game either, not on a stage like this.
You can hear Seth still like, oh, okay. Like waltzes in.
All right, May still on that operator. Prowler gives out the info. Oh, what a tap from Buzz.
What? Buzz, you're so good, Buzz.
Off the box earlier too, so he was ready for it.
And off of it, the showstopper now onto the top of the platform. We can push in deeper. Seekers gives us the info that DFM is trying to flank up a little bit. So DRX should be set for this retake. Simple frag for flashback. Now long range duels, and he is online. Looks out for the third. It's
jago
gonna
banget
be Mako
flashback.
that seals that deal. And
Oh,
then
gila,
says,
sakit banget.
A Mako operator kill. A rare find. But a clean one.
Yeah, well, I'll put that nice one into my little collection of kills.
It's a good one. Not that we got to see it, but we did see the kill feed. Well, I mean, you gotta save. It's not map point just yet, so carry
What a
over
P,
whatever
guys,
you
wait.
can. It's gonna be a little wonky, but with half armors, they should be able to make something work.
Not the easiest task, and we are nearing map point after all. But that said, I mean, so far, just some decent, fun Valorant being played on stage. You got DFM showing some, little improvements here and there. Nice firepower from the new pickups from Crazy Raccoon. But DRX, I mean, this was a map they never wanted to play, not too much. They showed it at AVL a little bit. They showed it here, and it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the first showing, and this, we've talked about this before whenever a new map comes out. Like, DRX likes to hide the new map for as long as possible, and they're like, haha, here's the wild card, and then it's like, well, it actually wasn't that good, so we'll come back next time. And then they look good, right? After a whole another split or a whole another tournament, they look good. So that's kind of what happened to Lotus as well.
You guys can see what Will looked like next to me. That's the goofiest post.
Well, that's what it felt like watching DRX trying to hide away this new map as if it was some crazy masterpiece that they had concocted. I mean, it was the same thing with Fracture. For those of you who remember when Fracture was first released, like they were saying like, oh, and they had even told us on the Korean broadcast that, oh, scrims are going well, like our Fracture's gonna be so good. And we're like, all right, and they opened it up against Fnatic, and Durka was just like, haha, double satchel up, and then you guys are all dead. So, I mean, I think they are starting to learn the lesson. Hopefully we don't see the same thing with Sunset. But anyway, been a while since Lotus came out. It's looking good. And now DFM off of a timeout with the half armors. They have mostly rifles, but only a stinger. But if they get the plant, it's the pit for Neth.
That would be lovely. Still though, DRX, same game plan, making their presence known up around A. Dark cover being propped up. Slight difference this time though from DFM in terms of Neth's toxic screen. They have to think twice about pushing into A, or just to bypass it through the door.
Oh, Neth just going to use it early instead of on the retake. Just wants to scare them away, and that way he can utilize his stinger a little bit better as well.
Not bad. But now that it's committed, I mean, there's an option for DRX just to rotate over.
Yeah, I mean, I have my questions here because so much time is left, and they don't exactly have the greatest tools to go for a retake onto B.
Beneran textbook
Says
banget
on
sih
that
DRX.
from the shadows, Omen ult for info. A little bit. early
Siapa yang
up
nge-call ya? Oh,
around mountain, he
Specs.
didn't see anything. So I don't know if he's calling it clear. Still kind of jiggling up around C.
I mean, perhaps it's just some way to try to pressure them into B as they're already set up for it, but DRX isn't taking that bait. The C should be landing.
Uh-oh. All right, try to step away.
Itu siapa? Oh, temennya anjir.
This is now a retakes game. Stinger 4 rifles up against a fully equipped
gila,
DRX. They try to push through. They try to go along Anthem Flash, but Buzz is still
Gila,
just that good. Positioning an elevated angle from Mako as well, though. May makes it a trade, but then here comes Flashback. DRX's teamwork is still just that good. Well, I got to pick up a rifle.
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do. You have to. Yeah, I guess you save it at that point. Already so much time passed as well. And Snack says, come back. Oh, and that's a sure. Nice little conversation between two veterans.
Ooh.
And Flashback says, full stop, period. We're done. It's map point now.
Nothing flashy, but very reliable from Flashback. Curious to see how he's going to look on other maps. Of course, he's been tasked with kind of anchoring and holding the flank so far, so not too many opportunities to show his stuff either.
Yeah, the first half, just chilling on C.
Yeah, not too many rounds where he actually even got a taste of the action. But it seemed like that retake, part of it was the map changes a bit, right? The boxes had the extended length of it. Oh, I missed that, sorry, kind of spoke over it. Gotta remember that Buzz is Buzz is a very talkative guy, so whenever we see him on camera, probably has something nice and fun to say.
If anything, though, I think Flashback might show us a bit more in Breeze, perhaps, as that is the next map. But here we go. Bit of
Bye-bye.
Last effort from DFM. We've got the judge on net. 5 rounds. The first one has been spent. 4 slugs remaining. And the rest of DRX, they spike down. The rest of them want to corral around, and they managed to make it happen. Spike and Sight still picked up.
You should run.
Got exciting for a second.
Yeah, but no support. And then DRX, sure, this lockdown can feel a bit early, but there's just no way for them to break it. Just trying to hop around away from that Trailblazer as well.
I want to bite that lockdown. Nothing doing for now.
Imagine if the Trailblazers could break the lockdown.
No. Will.
I think this is the beginning of the end here for map 1.
Certainly feels like it. Look at
Not
the
much
positioning
time.
from DRX. The timing, it's not great. Paranoia sets up, but they have to push in now. And as soon as they make it past the toxic screen, it's an easy shot. Foxy 9, 1, 2, 3! Last one on the other side, and Mako steals it away. 13-8, DRX.
A solid win for DRX on map 1 on their opponent's pick of Lotus. And DFM, I mean, especially because it was their map pick, I want to say, I have to imagine they had more that they wanted to show. This wasn't the entirety of their preparation. There were some good moments, especially individually. There were a couple good calls as well. But at the end of the day, it did not look like they were able to open up their entire playbook and showcase why they felt confident on Lotus. So you can see a bit of disappointment in themselves, it seems. But the match isn't over just yet.
Certainly not. We still got another map to go, maybe 2 if DFM picks up the next one. It is DRX's map pick, though. So you know what? I'm going to let our analysts break all of that down.
And DRX pockets Lotus, the first map on this series.
Anjir, mabuk Valorant ya aku.
Look, we see the scoreline. It's
Sorry.
they're going up against one of the titans of Korea, DRX, but DFM came up huge in the first half.
They really did, and I mean, this was a lot closer than you would have anticipated, given that DRX was able to find both of the pistol rounds. You know, they were taking those away, but DFM, with some very solid perseverance, continued to fight back. Yeah, he was really scrappy, but we saw some really nice moments coming through from Neth, from May. I mean, pretty much everybody on the team here fighting through the nail to try to get themselves into a winning position. And DRX, they just mentioned about really solid performances from Stack. Kind of back to being that dragon IPL. Yearly lacking for DRX in the last couple of years. A couple tournaments.
Definitely the last couple tournaments. And we were talking about this. DRX, I mean, we haven't seen massive changes in their play style, but it's not what we needed
consistency over any massive changes, to be honest. That's why I was telling how they wanted to at least have the stronger guns with Foxy 9 as well as Flashback. And boy, did you actually see both of those players just have some insane shooting highlights throughout this entire first map. So I think it's going in the direction that DRX wants, but as the casters were mentioning, they haven't shown all of what they've got.
Perhaps. I mean, you know, the big issue here is this DRX just kind of getting everybody to that point, to where they were when they had Cessanardi in this roster, and then building on top of that, because the concern is hit the same ceiling. Do you continue to be in this position where you look the same, you don't necessarily look like that? Good fortune in the future, but as we get ready to go into this trade, we haven't seen too much of anybody. Or if this is going to be similar to our, Talon B secret ascent, where it's like, okay, well, we're just kind of back to stock standard stuff. So I want to see some new things from them. But for DFM, I think this is a solid effort. They managed to kind of tie the record as far as round.
Take a shot. Wah, gue udah mabuk sih guys. TBH Anes. Mabuk gini main Valorant. Nonton Valorant. Nah, gitu dia. Dua puluh 20. Bas 8 7. lucu-lucuan anjir. Mulai-mulai nih guys. Kita ini dulu deh, range dulu deh. She got that pretty girl, LA5. Lama game gue guys. Salah gue dulu, salah. Tap. Mana tap aja main full aja. Lu pengen pop. Say got a rich girl vibes. Lama banget. Range. Oh, udah mau mulai. Bentar deh, range dulu. What the fuck? What the?
Double duelist too.
Okay, we've got Foxy9 back on Jet, Buzz on Yoru, and it's not
Ooh, this
quite
is a fun
mirrored,
match.
but it's a little bit similar on the opposite side. The Cypher Viper's there, and we have May now bringing out this Yoru as well. Oh, this is, I'm very happy.
I like this. If you can't have another initiator with a flash, you must go for the Yoru. And again, you have that combination. Also, biggest counter to Cypher right now has got to be the Sova. So I do see it as a staple.
Here's the biggest concern. I'll just throw this out there real quick. Mako on Viper, and that's it.
Yep. Mako on Viper, Caster, it's over to you.
We have Mako on Viper. We got double duelists. We got double Yorus on both sides. Thank you so much, Chubby Ninja, Asteroid, and Achilles. This is going to be one crazy match.
Yeah, and Foxy9 back on the Jet as well with this double duelist. I mean, Buzz on the Yoru, not too shocking, especially with that Asteroid mentioned, you know, considering that he's often played the KO and things like that to be that supporting second line of entry with the flashes, but a very different take on the Yoru pickup from DFM, right? You've got Neth on the Harbor, so trying to cut things up a bit more, but it's going to be a tough attack for them. They need to get these early picks, because otherwise it's going to be pretty telling how you enter onto a site. And there's that pick I was talking about.
Buzz is not going to be happy about that one. Foxy answers right back, though. DFM just losing out their legs for a second, but still very much alive. Oh, as Foxy9 pushes past this Poison Cloud, it's so risky.
Well, this is kind of good bait for Cess, though. As they've all gone through halls, yeah, it's kind of hard to predict that he'd be right under from the shoot.
Oh, what? Wait, what? I guess it's right off the edge. The second one will definitely secure it, though. May still very much alive, goes in for the next shot. 22 HP, just gate crashes into safety. The plant goes through, but Flashback senses it and uses the timing to push up front. A second shot, and here is that rookie.
Good shots, too. Very crucial. Both of them were quite low. So if that was a headshot right off the bat, Stacks was pretty low. Could have still been a 1v2 victory for DFM. It's going to be Flashback. All the catch kills coming in from Flashback here on the missile round.
Very explosive. We've got two opening picks really quickly. But as soon as that retake comes through, a pivotal position coming in from Foxy9, like you mentioned, Will. Shot card from Stacks to get the kill on set. But then Flashback.
So quick.
Is he, you know, maybe Izu's not the only player that's the future.
No, I'm still more convinced by Izu showing so far, but the match isn't over just yet.
Really early. Foxy9 pulling out the Outlaw. That's gonna be fun to see. Off of that duelist, he loves to go peeking. Definitely spots one out. And you know what? With the Outlaw, the wallbang, the penetration on this thing is just so good.
And a bit of a
They need to nerf Outlaw, man.
as well. I mean, Anthem just trying to switch it up, see if they can catch him another timing, bait out the shots so they can run in as a double.
And look at the default positioning from DRX as well. I mean, Foxy9, you know, he's put up that wall up around shop or cave, and DFM no longer wants to challenge it. Mako watching halls. You got a little bit more support from Stacks, who has recons that you can send out towards mid as well. So they've got all these bases covered. Mako fires off a shot, and all of a sudden DFM, and I don't know if you want to keep going at
Yeah, this is a weird eco round where Neth just keeps getting caught behind.
Nggak dicek kanannya.
Now, do they check this corner? No, but it's just a classic.
Spike down mid.
He's so fast.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's an eco, but it's just this weird push up from DFM where it's Neth with the spike who constantly gets left behind, and he's like, well, how am I supposed to get out of this choke point?
Right. A lot of these, like, solo efforts, getting caught in odd positions, and DRX just being clean with their shots. First you got Foxy9, then you got Mako.
I am most impressed about with Flashback, though. I mentioned it before, is just how confident he is, right? He's like, oh, this is just another game of Valorant. That he's giving off that vibe on stage. I mean, who knows? You know, if we do have a chance to hear from him, maybe he's going to say, you know, this was the most nervous he's ever been. But the thing is with Foxy9, we could tell he was nervous. You know, some of the matches that he played, or even the maps when they were winning with Foxy9 on stage, you can tell that the adrenaline and the nerves were getting to him, both in his play and just how he looked on camera. Press flashback. Yeah, it's just saying, I mean, it's just Valorant, right?
It was super funny, yes.
I mean, it's possible. Some people are good at hiding it.
Oh, but look at this. And the drone does not spot him as well. Screen is running out though, and DFM hasn't pushed out all too far, so Mako's still in a pretty darn good position.
Oh, ada catch. Wah,
He's
mati.
only so close too.
Medusa off of the lurk, able to capture Foxy9. Mako instantly getting the trade off.
And the snake bite as well, that stops him to enter the cove at all. I mean, the only hope is that Medusa got a pick on the lurk. But what? You saw flashback, okay, oh my goodness.
Wants to find even more first.
No, but I thought he was pretty much part of the wall as a statue right there.
Oh, what?
Hah? Infonya nggak jalan kah?
I would have thought that DRX would have responded to it.
Well, I mean, it looked like Stax thought it was going to be him just trying to dig into the site. I don't know, a bit of a comms breakdown perhaps.
30 seconds
Some questionable moves, but at the end of the day, DFM 4v2 advantage to try to break into the B site.
Last player
Anthem was on the lurk as well.
All right, we'll see if Stax can dig them out of this one, but nah, it's not quite going to happen. Cess had the positioning up around window. DFM comes back in.
All right. Yeah, some mysteries in that one, but at the end of the day, the lurk comes in clutch from Medusa. I mean, that happened very early on in the round, so a good kill there.
That's the second one.
I am actually wondering if Buzz was trying to act like he was a decoy, because the way he was walking on that angle is really weird. I mean, could be, I don't know, maybe we're reading too much into it.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? We'll find out. I mean, if it wasn't decoy, would you just run forward? Whatever it is, Mate now has the dimensional drift, goes into it, gets all the info on the site, and is looking to get a pinch onto, you know, maybe Flashback or Buzz. Oh, Flash doesn't quite go out, though. Buzz able to take him down. Neff makes it a bit of a trade. Medusa now back in from top of elbow. Archers is going to be where Mako is positioned, but without the numbers.
You have to save.
Yeah, and the op, too.
Exactly, yeah. A big investment there, so DRX not going to greet it. It's very early on into the half, so no need for that. But yeah, we've been seeing a lot more Yorus now with the dimensional drifts as well, where they're not just going to try to go for the flashy lane where you go for the pop flash and jump out and like that. They really do start to utilize that ultimate as an initiating tool. Wait for your teammates and then just pop out and go for the trades. I mean, it looked like May should have had an opportunity to get the kill himself onto Buzz, but at the end of the day, only that one weapon drop. That should help them stabilize quite steadily, as it was a rough buy round on the third round.
You gotta wonder again, I mean, the way Lotus played out for DRX, they had a stronger start. Of course, this is still just early, but this is DRX's map pick.
Yeah, and as the Des mentioned as well, even on Lotus, they won both pistols, so the score itself didn't tell the entire story. It could have been a much closer map. I mean, sure, I'm not saying we shouldn't count pistols as part of the skill level, but, you know, they started with a massive advantage. Ended up being a 13-8 scoreline.
Makes me wonder how DFM might fare against a team like Team Secret as well, so we'll save that for a future day, but for now, DFM continuing to try to push through. It is them up against a slightly wounded DRX, though. Foxy9 with the op still very much alive and just trying to get an angle, but look at all of these walls.
Yeah, they still haven't found any picks that they would want yet either.
Nggak dapat Foxy9.
And with that, Spike goes down.
Like.
Gets it done. Stacks, no angle seen either. As soon as, you know, the high tide goes down, Toxic Scream comes up. And then after that, I don't know, you still got a little bit more utility. One more Cascade is available. Oh, look at the gate crash back into safety. Reckoning deployed as well. DRX starting to feel the pressure. Foxy9 has to push up front, goes in for the tap, wants to bait out peaks. Here comes a bit of a flash, but DRX are landing their shots. Buzz goes in for yet another. Flashback gets one of his own. Foxy9 gets another shot too. And despite all of those utilities and ultimate spent, DRX claims the round.
Yeah, the tempo just one step ahead of DFM. The original idea seemed to be that it was going to be Mace jump peeking, then gate crashing out. Off of that, Medusa goes on the lurk, and then you kind of chain the lurks as well as you're holding out in main, but they realize they're already way close up to pyramids, so you need to just join back in main. The Reckoning sent a little deep as well, so DRX able to start pushing out in front of it, avoid those stuns. Clean shots across the board for DRX.
Nice. Really, really clean. I think that was one of the difference makers to DFM. Although they do recognize some of the situations, you know, sometimes it's just tough. A little bit slower on the decision making, and now it's going to be a DRX feeling a little bit more rejuvenated. But what is that swing from Medusa?
That was one of the snappier swings against the operator. It's a good call from Medusa. That shakes up the setup from DRX quite a bit, but lots of tools still. The pit remaining for a little bit longer on A main as well.
Just a bit, but hearing the footsteps out towards mid, Mako wants to investigate. That fake out was kind of used as well. Prompts made to kind of peek back down. Gate crash will be used as he regroups with his squad. So now it's all up to Buzz actually to kind of receive and welcome them over to the B side. Flashback here as well. Oh, great double burst. 2 kills for each of the DRX members. Now it's all down to May. Spotted out, flashes out, but has to turn tail and hide.
Powernya keras banget.
Oh, it is getting chipped down even lower. A good gate crash, and Buzz drawing so much attention to the back of sight. Frees up Flashback to hold close angles. Surprising double kill, throws off DFM away from their own tempo. Then they're struggling to at least try to clean up Buzz as well, but the headshots line up.
And it's just, again, a DRX on defense that knows exactly how to play around the corners, knows exactly how to jiggle back and forth and strafe shoot perfectly. Flashback, that's clean. Buzz, a little bit cleaner too.
Cuma gara-gara empower aja anjir. Kayak ketemu
Timeout, surely from DFM.
ngecing.
Trying to see what other answers they can have, because without getting a clean first kill, and usually from the main force, I mean, Medusa had a great first kill here, but you know, it's away from the main force. They had to regroup, and at that point, the execute starts to look a little obvious when Yoro's your only duelist. So curious to see what else they have prepared. Now, working mid, like they did here, mid and Hall is that pressure. It does shake the default just a bit, right? You have to have many more angles to cover, and sometimes maybe that means you can't put all your trips on one site. You have to use one on Halls at the very least. That used to be the go-to in back wed. So there's some options to force DRX out of their comfort zone, but DFM, what's their choice?
That is the question, especially for this timeout. I mean, you're absolutely right. With Yoro being their sole duelist, Will, it's a little bit tricky and difficult to really create that space for your team. You don't have the same mobility and dive potential that Jet does or Raze. So at least for this round,
Gameplaynya bakal kalah tau di FM. Cuma
try to
ini
play
doang.
safe for a second. DRX, though, starting to stretch their legs a little bit. Look at what Buzz is doing down halls.
I like it after the timeout as well. You know they have enough money for a half armor buy. Oh, he jumps down. Make sure that they can't pressure mid too hard. Gate crashes out. Doesn't find solid info.
Taking map sih.
It does invite Medusa for a bit of a visit, though.
Yeah, but see, this is the change from DRX. That trip now put on Hall, so the earlier mid pressure. That way they don't have to keep watching both Nest and Hall. So DRX adjusting. They still have the gate crash for backup going to B. Don't have to worry about anything like a KO. The default is here for DRX. Still finding comfort. Different angles on A side as well. Mako close. He's used that position before.
Wow. He's just ready. Buzz sends out the fake out as well. Just a bit more info. There it is. Foxy9 has arrived up around bridge. That's the first kill. Stacks picks up the other. And then Mako, getting gunned down actually by Anthem. It gives
Oh.
DFM a little bit more space, but
Anjing,
how long can
Stacks.
they hold this on? Because
Stacks
Foxy
pakai
9 has his
Sova,
sides available.
gila juga.
Stacks with a bit of a lineup from the shock dart
Wah,
too.
ini dia.
May still very much in the game. Just wants to go in to retrieve the spike. 15 seconds left, and he has to stick the plant.
He's
Oh,
going to get tagged, but can he get out of it?
Ooh.
No! Stacks follows him right through on the jump.
No risk,
stuck
bro,
in on
no
the
risk.
first beam. So although it was a good idea, did not quite anticipate Stacks' Hunter's Fury. DRX investing every cent and dime to secure the round wins.
Yeah, and the quick decision from Stacks as well, both on the Shock Dart and the Hunter's Fury. I mean, the pit's used to try to just get into the site. So they think that's going to be enough to win it out. Yeah, and he sees that coming up. Yeah, the pit's being used. He doesn't even actually necessarily hear the pit when he draws out the Shock Dart, but he just wants to deny that spike going into the site, and then he backs off knowing that he has the Hunter's Fury.
Incredible. 3 rounds, 1 in a row now. That win bonus is flowing.
Yeah, on a rough round for DFM.
Fuck, ini tuh gue premier anjir off lo guys.
now
Ada, thank you for
stuck
watching.
into their own half armor
Gue pada
meta.
premier.
May's
Hey,
still
guys.
putting up kills, but it's not leading to
Okay,
much
that's why you watch
anymore.